Good morning, Alan, and Ian, and others.
Good morning. Morning, Chuck.
Morning, folks.
Good morning.
Folks coming in. We'll wait a couple minutes here.
Sorry, I don't know. That's like...
We're a couple minutes after 9 here. Pete, do you think we're ready to get going? Is there anyone else that you know we're waiting for?
I am not aware of anybody else, and yeah, I think we can get this rolling.
Okay. Feedback. So for this morning, we have a couple of items on the agenda that we need to get through today. The most substantive piece is the report review and adoption, which is scheduled for to be completed for the end of this meeting. But before we get into that, we had also earmarked some time on the first day to go through the rules of procedure. I propose that we go through those now, assuming folks have had time to review them over the past couple of days. It's, to my knowledge, just those two items on the agenda, although I'd like to pause and see if there's anything else, Pete or Alan or Dr. Wilson, if there's anything else we need to flag.
I don't think so. I think that was the outstanding item, other than, you know, some of the things we flagged in the report last night to have further discussion. Right.
Actually, yeah, that's a good clarification in that the report drafting session went fairly long yesterday. I think we got the majority of the text inserted, but there are a few placeholders. So today's session will be a bit more than just reviewing. There's a couple of paragraphs you still need to actually draft. We did not draft them last night because there's still some interpretation that's maybe required, and want to make sure we've got the full MSAB available to do that. Okay, so with that, maybe we can go into the rules of procedure discussion. I think it would be most helpful if it would be possible to bring up that draft paper, and we could walk through some of the edits, open up for comments from folks.
That's the rules of procedure you're talking about?
Yes, please.
Okay. It's 03.
Is it 03? Thank you.
We can recall when we talked about this on Tuesday that the edits were broken into kind of two broad categories. One was editorial changes, just ensuring the language is consistent amongst rules of procedure for other subsidiary bodies and with the overarching rules of procedure for the Secretariat. That's the first bucket. Second bucket are items pertaining to membership. primarily the number of members on MSAB and their tenure. I don't think we need much focus on the editorial pieces, that first item. So I think we can just scroll through this page and make sure there's nothing that really catches folks' eyes. Ooh, it's a bit tedious, but maybe I suggest we keep it on the screen for a couple of seconds and just do a slow scroll through. Folks can raise their hands if they've got something to speak to on that section. Chuck?
Yes, thanks. Section 2 and the MSAB will, and then dealing with the word fishery and fisheries, I note that A, B, and C are not exactly the same. You talk about they've changed to fisheries on A, but not on B or C. And I imagine that we want some consistency in the wording.
Right. A says recommend clear, measurable objectives, performance metrics for the fisheries. We should still be proposing candidate management strategies that include aspects of the fisheries that can be managed.
And then same with C, second line.
Mm-hmm.
Muted, so you can run it.
Yeah, I think that's a good catch, Chuck. I don't know what the best way is to track these changes. Do we want to edit on the fly, or I wonder if I can keep notes on the side? Maybe look to Dr. Wilson. Do you have a preference for that?
Yeah, thanks. I think what we'll do is, that's a good point, Chuck, and I'll just keep a note of these as we progress, and then when we come to the report itself, we can make sure that they're there. So at the moment, I'm just adding to that text in the report that was in blue highlight. At the moment, just putting fisheries versus fishery consistency throughout, things like that. So I'll just keep track of them. That's a good catch. Thanks, Chuck.
Great, thank you. Okay, let's scroll on down then to the tail end of 2 and to paragraph 3. Go ahead, Peggy. You're muted there, Peggy, if you are ready.
In the meantime, Adam, I've made you a presenter, so you'll be able to scroll.
Okay. Thanks very much. Yeah.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Peggy.
Thanks. This is under 2C, excuse me. Just curious what the definition of fishery dynamics is. And I guess the reason I'm asking is to use an example of the types of aspects of the fishery that cannot be managed by IPHC. Environmental conditions certainly are one of them, and removals under the management authority of a domestic management agency is certainly another one. So when I look at fisheries dynamics, that could be changing fishing behavior, for instance. So I'm wondering if we have a good solid definition of that phrase.
Alan, is that, or maybe this is a question for Ian as well, something you'd be able to speak to about how you view fishery dynamics being defined in this context? I have a similar question. I do have some concerns about environmental conditions being removed, and I'm not certain if that would be incorporated within fishery dynamics.
Yeah, I think the key is that fishery-related scenarios is added earlier in the sentence. And so now we're just talking about fishery dynamics rather than population dynamics in that sense. So if environmental conditions are affecting the fishery, then perhaps, but I think the fishery dynamics is capturing any sort of change that could be environmental, market-driven, whatever it is. So I think it's just clarifying it in that the MSAB is more focused on the fishery rather than the population.
So the dynamics that would be impacted, or the dynamics that would be created by changing the size limit, would not be included in that phrase, fishery dynamics?
It could include things like changes in selectivity, targeting smaller fish or targeting larger fish, for example. Even some of the fishery dynamics related to more U32 fish coming into the market, those sorts of things, are, I think, where the MSAB really has the expertise to contribute to defining plausible scenarios related to that. So I think the fishery dynamics is just a catch-all for any sort of changes that might occur in the fishery or even the processing side.
Okay, so what this section does, section C does, is advise the Secretariat about plausible scenarios for investigation, even if fisheries-related scenarios, but even if they cannot be managed by the IPHC?
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm good with that then.
Yeah, and I think that's really the key here is that, we want to account for that uncertainty in some of these projections. The targeting of smaller or larger fish is a really good example of something that,
Okay, good. Thank you.
I see Kurt and Chris have their hands. Maybe I could use my position as chair to a bit of advantage, though, and seek a clarification, insert myself a bit earlier. When you say fishery-related scenarios, though, what would be an example of a fishery-unrelated scenario or a non-fishery-related scenario? It would therefore be out of scope.
That would be like recruitment changing, the population recruitment changing in some way that we're not currently modeling. Say, no recruitment or weighted age being different, modeled differently. Something related to the population independent of the fishery.
Okay, I'll think on that for a minute and then let Kurt go and Chris, please.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I'm absorbing what you guys are saying because I had a lot of the same questions, almost identical. And I'm trying to think through some of the stuff that Alan put out there. It is making it more clear for me, but I'm going to pass for the moment and continue to listen, if that's okay.
Yeah, we'll circle back to it. We'll go to Chris and then see if you've got some refined thoughts.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, just on the changes here too, I'm sort of struggling with the changes to C as well, in that I like, for instance, the example, the fishery unrelated scenario, and use the example of changes in recruitment. And I guess the thing is, stuff like that has come to the MSAB in the past, and I think we've been interested in understanding the change that was made and why. So I'd hate to lose that ability to comment on stuff like that. But I also think MSAB is cognizant and alive to the fact that in some instances when we talk about stuff like that, we're better to defer to the SRB or to the Secretariat. But I think we're or at least I'm interested in hearing those things and understanding why this scenario is being considered or a change being made. So I'd like to take out fishery-related scenarios and leave environmental conditions in. I'm okay with changes in fisheries dynamics because I do think the group is, or at least I'm interested in stuff like that, but I also think the group has been fairly responsible in looking at saying, well, thanks for telling us that. We'll wait and hear what the SRB says. But I think people do like to be informed.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Chris. I think the key to 2C is the word advise, and that the mandate of the MSAB is to advise the Secretariat about plausible fishery-related scenarios. And then the mandate of the SRB is to advise the Secretariat about plausible population-related scenarios. I don't know if that's an actual term in there, but I think that's the separation here. Is the MSAB was formed as a group of stakeholders to, with their mandate, focused on the fishery-related concepts that would be going into the MSE, and then the SRB would be more focused on the population level and other research items. And we certainly will keep you advised. Probably shouldn't use the word advised there, but we'll keep the MSAB informed of all non-fishery, fishery-related scenarios. But I think in terms of defining the mandate of the MSAB, it's useful to be pretty specific that the advice coming from the MSAB is fishery-related.
Yeah, I think I'm still struggling with that. I take your point, but I also think that there have been instances where MSAB members, I think, have offered some useful comments on things that may not just be fishery related. So I don't know. I'll let others speak to it.
And I think the purpose is partly just focusing the MSAB on their mandate and focusing that mandate to be more specific.
So I see Kurt's hand is up, and then I'll put forward a suggestion.
Right, maybe you could help me, Alan, because I'm not really what has happened in the past, and specifically, I'm looking at the environmental conditions that in the parentheses would be removed here. But I'm wondering, in the past, have people on the MSAB, and I'm thinking specifically some of the agency people and some of the scientists, have they advised the Secretariat on things like environmental conditions, that they may have expert advice that they've received outside of the IPHC? Has that ever occurred?
The MSAB has certainly been presented on environmental relationships of the population, with the population, weighted age, how that's being modeled, recruitment, and all of those other things. But really the forum for introducing or having a discussion about the science and the research related to those sorts of concepts that are affecting the population occur in the SRB. And that is because in the SRB, we receive presentations from the research group here, the Biological and Ecosystem Sciences group. And there's a little bit more background and science and understanding to what population level environmental effects may be and the research being done on that. Within the MSAB process, as you probably noticed in the last 1.5 days, there just isn't the time to bring in those sorts of scientific concepts. And so, we're just hoping to focus the MSAB on clear mandate and what the advice coming out of the MSAB is, and being really formed of stakeholders and agency representation. We're hoping that the MSAB mandate is more focused on the fishery dynamics, whereas if we want to bring in the population scenarios and population dynamics, the SRB and then the IM and annual meetings are the better forums to do that. So it's really just hopefully focusing the mandate of the MSAB and making this a more clear process without having to bring in more presentations, more background, but really focusing in on what we need to do with the stakeholder advice.
Okay, that helps a lot. Thanks.
Okay, I see Peggy's hand is up. I'll just add one other point of clarification because that may outline potential next steps. So, Dr. Wilson, could you confirm the MSAB itself doesn't adopt these rules of procedure? We may put forward some recommendations or observations, but ultimately it's going to be the commissioners, the commission that will adopt the rules of procedure, correct? So we'd just be offering our comments from today. We're not the final author of this. right?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. That's correct, and it is always important to just be reminded that the MSAB is a subsidiary body of the Commission, and so anything the MSAB wishes to, or the Secretariat to do, or others to undertake, goes to the Commission for its consideration and decision. That also applies with the rules of procedure. The Commission is very interested to hear what the MSAB has to say about your rules of procedure. But for example, these changes have been made noting specifically the reporting lines from the MSAB to the Commission itself. So rather than defining, for example, defining candidate management strategies, it's proposing. And so similarly for amendments to the rules of procedure, you'd be proposing that the Commission consider. Thanks, Chair.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks. So one potential avenue forward here is if we're not able to find consensus on saying, you know, all these rules of procedure make sense, we understand it, we could note or recommend that, you know, we think there's some further discussion required around the scope of, for example, environmental conditions being considered as scenarios and whether the MSAB advises on those or not.
Sure.
That's one potential. I see Peggy and then Chuck, and then I think we should try to move on to the next sections of the rules of procedure.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, thanks.
Thanks, Adam. I would highly support more discussion on this section. As I'm reading above and what Dave just elucidated on, makes me think that there is a significant shift in the MSAB's, a portion of the MSAB's mission with these changes. And I guess primarily in changing what we have done in the past. So in the past, we established objectives, we established performance metrics, management procedures, and then we ran simulations. And we started that. Now, as this dynamic of MSE evolves with IPHC, maybe those things will change. But I just want everyone to recognize that MSAB is different from many other advisory bodies in the work that it does. So for us to define objectives is important. Once we, and in the old days, we definitely defined candidate management strategies for ourselves, not for the IPHC, but for ourselves, how we were going to evaluate, investigate these problems. So if that's changing, and what we're doing is working a little closer with and shifting to not bringing up candidates for investigation, but waiting for the commissioners to tell us where to go, that's fine. I just want everyone to recognize that that's a little bit of a shift. And if I'm wrong on any part of this, any little nuance of it, I'd be happy to be corrected, of course, by Dave or by Alan, who sees this far better than I do, or Ian even. So I think we should talk a little bit more about this and see if this changes what the management strategy evaluation that IPHC uses in any important ways. That's all I have for now. Thanks.
Thanks, Peggy. Sorry, pause moving the screen for a minute so we can not get seasick. Peggy, I want to make sure I understand your request. Is it to have a more in-depth discussion on all of paragraph 2, or are you specifically speaking to paragraph 2, Charlie, where we talked about scenarios?
That's where I started, but I'm having second thoughts about losing the word defined and changing it to recommend or to propose, just to stay consistent with other advisory bodies. I think in this case, there is a shift in MSAB's mission, and I'd love to hear from Alan more on this, from Dave certainly more on this. I feel like it's making a change, and maybe that change is perfectly normal, but I'm just a little concerned about it.
Okay. Alan, do you think it's a quick answer to speak to why we go from define to recommend and recommend versus propose, or do you think it's more in depth? I just don't want to lose Chuck's point.
Yeah, no, I can make a really quick note. Just noting right above paragraph 2, where it says the primary role of the MSAB is to advise the commission. That's actually unchanged text. So I think recommend and propose are just making it more consistent with that original mandate of the MSAB to advise the commission. Whether or not that's happened in the past is a different story.
Yeah, I see those two things as very separate, and the ABC is internal. Yes, we would recommend clear, measurable objectives and performance measures for the fisheries, but that's after we have defined the objectives that we're going to investigate. So maybe I'm looking at a different level of action. In order to do our job, we need to define measurable objectives, which we have done. Is that over now? I don't think so. I think we're still going to be defining measurable objectives as we go forward. But that's an internal thing, and that happens long before we recommend. I don't know that we've ever recommended measurable objectives for the IPHC. We've done it for the MSAB.
They have been recommended to the commission, and then the commission adopted those at a special session a few years ago.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's right. You're helping my memory.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think, yeah, maybe more discussion is required on the use of those verbs. Chuck, is your point related to this as well?
Well, on the same topic, yes.
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead from there.
I guess it's more in a form of a question as if this is the case, and if we make this change, does that mean the MSAB can only note or appreciate that anything that happened in the SRB if it applies to what MSAB looks at, or because anything more than that is actually, in its own sense, advice? So I'm just wondering what the limitations then are in language that we use for anything that comes from the SRB that we actually take a look at.
I can give a quick answer to that one too. If the SRB recommends something like the MSE should consider alternative recruitment scenarios, something like that, and that comes to the MSAB, will be presented to the MSAB. And I think the MSAB could say, the MSAB notes, recalls SRB paragraph whatever, and requests that the IPHC Secretariat follow that advice or something, along those lines. So I think the MSAB can still, follow up to the SRB, whatever the SRB says, and endorse it, elevate it a little bit in the language that we use in the reports, so that it does go to the Secretariat or the Commission, and the MSAB is noted as agreeing with the SRB.
But again, that's still advice.
Can I inject something through the chair?
Yes, of course, please.
Could we use define and recommend under A, and define and propose? Or is that, for B, that might be redundant, but I think for objectives and performance metrics, define is an important part of what we do.
Yeah, I was going to make a similar suggestion, Peggy, was that in general, what I think we've heard so far in the past half an hour is some consternation around understanding what's actually meant by fishery-related scenarios. Sorry, I'm just going to move this back up. The screen's jumping around a bit here. So for 2, Charlie, there's been some consternation around what exactly is meant by fishery-related scenarios. So the screen keeps moving. I propose that we keep that we keep recommend, or we remove recommend and propose and just keep it as defined. The overarching comment above in paragraph 1 is still that we are advising the commission. And how are we advising the commission? That's described in paragraph 2. We're going to advise the commission by defining clear measurable objectives for their consideration, by defining candidate management strategies for their consideration, by advising the Secretariat about plausible scenarios. Because all of that is ultimately to the commission's discretion. That said, from what I heard from Dr. Wilson a moment ago, we would not be making these changes directly in the rules of procedure. We would draft a paragraph or two in our report for the commission's consideration. Like, maybe more succinctly, do we just propose to not adopt some of the changes and keep them where they're at for paragraph A, B, and C?
Yeah, sorry, through the chair. I think my hand's in a different section of the screen. You're not able to see it, so I'll just speak up. Apologies. I think what's important to note is that paragraph 1 and 2 are really the Commission's design or framework for the MSAB. And this is what the Commission would like to see provided to it. How the MSAB goes about providing that is, as Peggy said, maybe that's a separate section. We'll have a 2-biz, we could add a 2-biz that would refer to paragraph 2 and say that taking into account the manner in which the Commission would like to receive advice from the MSAB will develop potential objectives or something along those lines, whether it's defined. So maybe that's some wording that we need to come up with, but I'd be hesitant to suggest you go the route of changing the intent of what paragraph 1 and 2 are aiming to achieve, because and this is consistent with all of the subsidiary bodies, that these couple of opening paragraphs really define what the Commission wants, what the Commission is looking for. It's the secondary component that I think is getting mixed into it is well, how will the MSAB achieve that? And I think that's where you'd probably be better served, is leaving paragraph 2 with these edits, where the MSAB will advise the Commission by recommending clear measurable objectives, and then B, C, D, E, and then an additional paragraph which would encapsulate what's being suggested. The MSAB will achieve this by doing X, Y, Z. I think that would probably be a clearer mandate and a clearer way of explaining to any potential new MSAB members who come on board of what the role of the MSAB and how it will achieve that role.
Right.
Thanks, Chair.
Right. Okay, we'll let the folks sit with that for a minute. One point of clarification is, and I at least am still unclear about the difference between recommend and propose. Like, why the difference about recommending objectives and just proposing strategies? Aren't we just proposing objectives as well?
If I jump in again, Chair, sorry.
Yeah.
You could certainly put, instead of recommend, you could put propose, because that means you could request or recommend. You could use any specific term. Usually with the reporting terminology, the Commission wants to consider clear recommendations. But you could easily put it as propose, and therefore it's covering both requests for consideration or clear recommendations of a deliverable. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. That is helpful. Forrest, and then I think Peggy, I spoke over you.
Yeah, thanks. I really appreciate the conversation around this. I'm not struggling quite as much as Peggy is, because I think to recommend something, it means that you actually went through the whole cycle of defining measurable objectives and performance metrics. I almost feel like it embodies that. And I like, recommend has power in it, meaning that it's been thought about, sifted through, distilled down, and you're urging, that the commissioners strongly, or that the Commission strongly looks at it. So, yeah, I'm not struggling so much with that. As to the difference between recommend and propose, I do think recommend is a stronger word, but that's my input on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Forrest. Okay, so favoring recommend over propose for its strength. Peggy, did I speak over you?
No, you didn't. I'm good. Thanks.
All right. So I think where we're at is there's the proposed change of text on the screen. I think it would be helpful in our report to have a comment on paragraph C in particular, just seeking some clarification from the commission, from the commissioners on the scope or the best way that MSAB would work with SRB. I remember we had long conversations about that in the early days of this group. And then the other proposal that we heard from Dr. Wilson was potentially add another paragraph that more clearly articulates how we would achieve paragraphs 1 and 2 within our own internal workings. Dan, last comment to Dan, then I would like to try to move on to the next section.
Yeah, this is kind of on a different topic, but my question is in paragraph A in the term performance metrics. I think Alan just gave us a clear definition of that, and that my question is, are performance metrics required to include a tolerance? And do we also need to include Alan's new term, statistics of interest, in that as well? And I just don't want to, down the road, get locked into, having to put a tolerance on everything because we've made a habit of not doing that for some good reasons.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, Dan. That I do recall Alan noting that metrics and statistics of interest could be used interchangeably, but the tolerance is another question. Alan, do you have any thoughts on whether or not that is constraining, or what was the intention between changing measures to metrics?
Metrics is just more commonly used in the MSC world and has been used in the MSAB. I think maybe just removing the term performance would cover the wider range of metrics that would be associated with those.
Okay.
Because, yeah, I have it in slide 5. I have a statistic of interest is a calculated metric associated with an objective. So I think to keep it all a little bit clear and easier to edit, we want to remove performance that way, and then it would encompass more metrics than just really.
And then that would also include the word performance in the first paragraph that's in blue.
Yeah, it's hard because performance metrics is a really common word used in the MSC world for all sorts of metrics. But here at IPHC, in the original definitions, when I first came in, we're using performance metric in a really specific way. And I didn't want to lose that, but this could open up a larger conversation in the future with the MSAB about defining these terms. Remember, slide 5 was suggested terminology. It's not my preferred terminology. It's just trying to maintain legacy as well. So I think if the MSAB feels that this is an important edit to make on performance metrics, then I think to request it. But as for me and anybody else in the MSC world, it's pretty clear of defining objectives and performance metrics go hand in hand. It's a good point. There's some ambiguity in our use of the language.
Maybe Peggy will offer clarification and see, Dan, if that addresses your concerns. I don't see this personally excluding the discussion of thresholds.
Okay, apologies ahead of time, guys. I lost a year here. I don't have the old terms of reference, but under number 1, the change that we're proposing, or that is being proposed to us, is use of this phrase objectives, comma, performance metrics, comma, et cetera, down to the word from. What was there before? What are we changing?
Anything in track changes is new. So if you just take the track changes away, what exists there in black text was the previous iteration.
Okay, so that sentence read, the primary role of MSAB is to advise the commission on the MSC process.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That was all I had.
So
here.
So I'm comfortable leaving the word performance metrics in there. I just wanted, Alan proposed a new definition for that term at this meeting, and that's much more specific to the IPHC process. But if we choose to interpret that as the more general meaning of performance metrics, which include metrics that both have a tolerance and those that don't. I think it's fine to leave that in there.
Okay. Okay, I think we've flogged this one pretty well. The one piece that I'm still struggling with personally, but I think we can defer it for commissioner consideration is why A is treated differently than B, why we wouldn't recommend management strategies for evaluation, but maybe it's just a bit slow for that.
Adam, if I may,
yeah.
The difference there is I prefer, personally, I like the word proposed because proposed does encompass request as well, and you could request candidate management strategies to be run by the Secretariat as well as recommend management strategies to be evaluated to the Commission as well. So it seems to be a little bit more encompassing, whereas recommend it's a clear mandate that the MSAB will define to be able to recommend clear, measurable objectives that would then go to the Commission. That's not something that might have to pass through the Secretariat. That's how I see it.
Okay. Okay, that's a helpful interpretation. Okay, let's move on to the next section. I'm sure folks may have some other questions that will circle back during the report writing, but in the interest of time, we do need to keep going a little bit. So representation is the next section. I think, Dave, you were saying that the screen isn't centered for everybody. Sorry, I'll leave it then and see, let you move it so it works on the bigger screen. But representation is recall there are proposed changes to the overall composition of the board. The primary objective, in my understanding, is the Commission looking to rationalize membership as a means of reducing operating costs. There's some proposed text here. Have folks had a chance to reflect on this, or anything else to comment on? I see Forrest's hands up. Peggy, I'm not sure if your hand is old or new.
It's old.
Okay, then Forrest, please go ahead.
Yeah, Adam, I got disconnected, but I do have a comment. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, and I appreciate the evening to think about this. I'm going to speak specifically to recreational and sport fisheries and the number of people from each contracting party or number of seats. And Tom Marking has a vastly different situation than we do in Southeast, and we have somewhat of a different situation than Area 3A. There was somebody that was interested in taking a seat, and I tried to move forward with that and see if there was room for this person, and he'd be a great replacement for me if we did decide that, or the Commission decided that we could only have 2 seats. But I do want to reiterate what we said and heard about how hard it is to come up to speed on this, and I'm thinking about overlap and how that would work with 2 seats and varying fisheries. And the only solution I came up with is to have a maximum amount of seats from each party, and then allow some flexibility to where maybe for an overlap of 2 years or a year or something, there could actually be 3 sport fish reps, where we still weren't exceeding a maximum number per contracting party, which speaks to rationalizing and cutting costs. But I still struggle with people being able to have good input when it takes so long to wrap your head around all this stuff. So anyway, that's just I'm going to offer that for a start.
Okay, thanks, Forrest. So noting concerns about succession planning, a potential way to address that is be less strict on the composition of commercial versus recreational harvesters and instead just have a contracting party cap. Interesting suggestion. Chuck.
Yes, thanks. I'm not necessarily in favor of having an increase in the contractor parties' attendance for various sectors. I think in the case of Canada, we're vastly outnumbered by the attendees, partially because we don't can't get necessarily the people interested to join with us and fill our seats. But I think what may help on this, and it's just a thought, is instead of having a full-fledged member attend, an extra full-fledged member attend, is to have an alternate that can attend for a meeting or two as an alternate, and that would facilitate some a transition if that's what's likely, or it just allows others to test the waters, see what it'll be like, and see if they can handle it, because this is not an easy board to actually be able to handle all the data. So it's and sit on it. So it's not fit for everybody. I just think an alternate may help in that regards. Thanks.
Thanks, Chuck. So when you say alternate, you mean something different than an observer. You would mean somebody who would be,
yes,
sitting at the table, having their travel compensated, etc.
Correct. Yes, people can sit as an observer, but if you're not involved in the conversation, you don't know, where you go from there. But I think but maybe it has a term in itself. You can't just sit on as an alternate forever and join. It's part of a way to transition.
So while I like the idea of an alternate in terms of supporting transition, I think it's still contrary to the Commission's objective of trying to rationalize membership. Right. Oh, sorry. I see there's a few more hands here. I was navigating away from the other screen. Go to Dr. Wilson for, I think, important clarification, then Peggy, James, and back to Forrest.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, I just want to provide that higher level clarification around the intent here. The intent is not to try and reduce the stakeholder input to the MSAB, but really is being driven from budgetary considerations. In prior years, we have paid, for example, for some government reps to travel from Washington and the like, and that's been removed as well. And so now only funding is going to be provided for non-government tribal or First Nations representatives. And it's really about trying to ensure that the current budget at around $40,000 for an in-person meeting is reduced. I think there's a lot of scope for trying to find ways to achieve that aim without reducing the level of input. And one of them that's springing to mind is the whole hybrid scenario. And so if the Commission is interested in reducing that $40,000 budget per MSAB meeting and only holding one in-person meeting a year, maybe it can not reduce the numbers of board members, but potentially limit the number that are going to attend in person. This sort of heads to what Chuck was just suggesting, where instead of having an alternate, maybe alternating meetings, you might have 2 recreational members in person and 2 attending electronically, which doesn't cost the Commission anything. So there's probably a number of ways we can achieve this goal of reducing the fiscal burden of the MSAB itself. And then all of those numbers you see in A through E are just a halving as a suggested to get the ball rolling for discussion. So I'll leave it there. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, that's a really interesting suggestion. If we could just dig into that a little more to make sure there's clear understanding. So if it were still the same total number of members, but only some are participating in person, does anybody have ideas about how that decision is made of who attends? Or if we can have enough volunteers that people want to participate remotely anyways?
I have a few thoughts on that.
Yeah, so it's I'll put that question out there, then we'll go through the speakers list. I see, again, Peggy, James, and then Forrest, Chris.
Okay, thanks, Adam. And thank you so much for that, Dave. That was really helpful. So my thought on looking at this was, I'm really glad to hear that it's not, that the point is saving money, a much easier thing to solve. So I think we should keep the same number, not have it, but with the following caveats. One is have hybrid meetings every time we meet, twice a year, that are reliable, and everyone knows that if they can't make it, if they can't afford it, they just can't make it, and they need to just attend, virtually, that they can do that. The second thing is, as far as industry is concerned, and I know we're not really, we're a small section of this, we'll pay for our own way. I don't think, other than the room, that we've charged, we've gotten reimbursement. So to pay for a hotel room for 3 days ourselves is really a very small thing. And I think as far as the processor sector is concerned, that would be a no-brainer. So harvesters, recreational, maybe that's a different scenario, but I don't think we should restrict the work that we do just because we are stymied by the IPHC's budget, which naturally goes through ups and downs. I think if we want to participate, we can pay for that privilege if we are reappointed. My 2 cents.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Peggy. So a couple of good takeaways there in terms of ensuring there's always a hybrid option that would help reduce travel cost, and potentially some participants, I think processors in particular, would be able to pay their own way. Yeah, I think we'll leave that there. Quick time check. We're 10 to 10 Pacific time. I think we should try to wrap this up no later than 10:30, or at least take a break at 10:30, and make sure we can get into the report writing. Not really looking to cut the conversation, but keeping us working towards a target so we're not wandering off. Okay, James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to ask earlier about hybrid as being an option to reduce costs, so I appreciate Dr. Wilson mentioning that. And I for one am a huge fan of hybrid. Apart from seeing you all in person, I think this is just as an effective way of participating in these meetings. And I think we all have to acknowledge the high cost of transportation and just moving around the country is becoming it's still problematic, and I think that we should do what we can to encourage a stakeholder-driven process. I think the hybrid approach to that is conducive with that, and I would encourage us not to limit participation, but look for ways of saving money through technology. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, another vote for a hybrid option, regardless of whether it's an in-person or remote meeting. Okay, Forrest, Chris, Kurt, Jim.
Yeah, it's been brought up between the last 3 comments, and so I don't see the need necessarily. I think our numbers are already small, and you're diluting the perspectives going under that. And I think I get as much out of this meeting as in person. Well, maybe not quite, but I don't think it's ineffective. So I just support keeping things where they're at and looking for other alternatives for saving money. Thanks.
Right. Okay, Chris.
Yeah, just on a couple of things. One is the first one, the in paragraph 3, the last sentence. Upon request, the IPHC shall cover the travel. So I assume there'll be some kind of process if people want reimbursement, they need to make the request by a certain date.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair. Yes, then that would have to be set up as a process, and we would just liaise with the eligible members prior to the meeting started. Usually it would make sense to do that 90 days out when the invitation for each meeting is posted. Okay, so what is this? This is basically saying that with the exception of non-state and non-federal employees, IPHC, upon request, IPHC shall cover the travel costs to attend the one meeting. Should it be for non-state and non-federal employees, or like, I don't know, the rest of us, we're not really employees. I want to make sure I understand what we're saying there. Should it be non-state and non-federal employee stakeholders? Like, we're saying you're going to cover the cost for non-state, non-federal employees. Yeah, I think you're right, actually, that word employees. So it should be board members.
Or yeah, something like that. Yeah, okay. And then the other thing I just mention is I understand we're trying to rationalize for the cost to attend the meeting a year. I do think there's a lot to be said for having in-person meetings. I do think these online meetings have been more productive than I thought initially they could be or would be. But I do think there is something to be said for in person. So I'm not so hung up on the rationalization of some of the MSAB. I think there is, though, you could make use of alternates, but I think you would need to really define what an alternate is. For example, just in our domestic processes, just so everyone's aware, this is how we use them. And if there's an alternate, the alternate can attend the meeting. The alternate's costs are not covered. The alternate cannot participate in the meeting. They can only speak through their representative. But then the alternate, may sit in for the rep if they cannot attend the meeting, and that actually works fairly effectively. And then they could be participating for listening in online to make sure they're still informed. And then if they need to get in touch with their, if they want a comment made, they can do it through the representative by contacting them during the meeting. So I think if we do want to talk about alternates, we need to be really clear on what their roles would be. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Okay, so in terms of the alternate discussion, right now there is nothing specifically in the rules of procedure that would set out something for alternates, although there is a space for observers to participate. I think what I've heard from you is if we were to put forward something to the commission, to the commissioners and MSAB about alternates, there's some conditions we would want to recommend. Before we actually get there, though, let's see if we actually need to have a conversation about alternates, or are you of the perspective that we need to have some alternate provisions?
No, I don't think we need to have them. For example, just as an example, when we talked about on the commercial side is having just because observers are able to participate, just designating our own alternates to help with if we needed to do a transition into if somebody decides to step back from the MSAB process. But we do that with a lot of the processes where we have people listening in because they're going to take the seat one day. Okay,
well, that is helpful then. I think the piece on alternate, maybe we can come back to Chuck in a minute, is I think the piece on alternates was deemed to be more important if we were going to be reducing the numbers. But as Dr. Wilson just mentioned, that's not necessarily the case. Maybe we keep the same range of numbers as are in the original rules of procedure, but we focus more on defaulting to hybrid meetings or other ways to reduce costs. Okay, Kurt, Jim, and then Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I'm curious about the rationale for cutting or proposing to cut the number of persons from the government agencies if they would not be adding costs to the meetings if they're paid for by the respective agencies.
Sure, I can chime in there again, Chair. There's really two components. There's still costs associated with government employees attending the various meetings, so it's quite minor. But the other, I guess, key component is also, I was highlighting in the first day, that there is the desire to try and focus the input across the entire MSAB. And so in doing so, we've certainly had feedback should there be any vacant positions or positions that have been vacant for some time and they're government positions, that they be reduced, just to simplify the process. So that it's kind of a lesser of a point, but it's still there as a potential to reduce the total number of attendees overall. Thanks, Jeff.
Okay, thank you.
Kurt, did you have a follow-up on that?
No, I don't think.
Okay. Jim.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Just want to so my support for. I do agree the hybrid, options. I think we're actually most of our meetings are hybrid options now. But like Chris said, I do believe having an in-person meeting at least once a year is important, especially for this this particular this particular advisory body, just because there's a lot of stuff going on, and hybrid's been virtual has been pretty good, but it's still, I think, a much more challenging meeting when it's virtual than when it's in person. Understanding there's reductions of costs, but I just wanted to say that at least one in-person meeting for me would be important.
Noted, Jim. Thanks. Scott.
Jumping back to representation under B, First Nations and tribal fisheries. At first, that looked like you were adding 2 to 4 board members, but now, the closer I look, it looks like you're striking out the 4 and only going to have 2 representatives from the First Nations and tribal fisheries. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair, if I can just reiterate what I was indicating yesterday, and first thing when we started this, those have all just been cut in half as a discussion point to ensure that we spend some time on each one for all representatives to give an opinion on whether those numbers are sufficient or whether you would like to offer up a reduction. So it's there as a discussion point, not as a specific proposal that this is going to happen. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so my point on that is right now we've got 3 representatives, and cutting somebody's seat position on the board, I'm not really in favor of that. And like Forrest said, there's from Canada, from Area 2A, and from Alaska, there's definitely different aspects of the fishery going on, and having representation from all those areas would be extremely beneficial. And just to type in with everyone else, I think hybrid meetings are really great for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott. Sarah.
I got quite a few things to say, but I'll try to distill it down a little bit. I would agree that having hybrid meetings it's a good option. I definitely find that, at least for myself, and I don't know about others, it's a lot harder to engage in a virtual platform, especially when I'm in the office. I end up getting torn in 10 different directions and not being able to engage as much as I would. So I think I have a pretty strong preference for in-person meetings for this type of meeting where you're really wanting people to engage. I think typically we've had one meeting that's more of an information meeting every year and one meeting that's more of a kind of participation meeting. So I would say, at least for that more participatory meeting, it really would be good to be in person as much as we can. Then, beyond that, just one thing that I was thinking about is, and I fully understand the need to balance things between the U.S. and Canada and have equal representation from contracting parties. But I think that also a little bit misses the fact that the U.S. has a lot more diversity between what's happening in different regulatory areas, especially between Alaska and the lower 48. And so one thought that I have as well is that you might consider having something like, on the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, we have non-voting members, and having some folks that are still part of the advisory body because they have a lot of good information to contribute, but they're not necessarily as participatory in the actual decision-making process. They can add to the discussion, they can participate in the discussion, but if we're actually coming down to something that we're voting on, they're not taking part in that. Anyway, just a thought. I think that's all for now.
I'm really glad you brought that up, Sarah, because I was thinking the same thing. I mean, as a bureaucrat myself, I see the 3 Charlie being a challenging one, given the very different regulatory nature within the United States relative to Canada. I think the idea of a non-voting member is interesting, although I know we strive for consensus as opposed to votes. So maybe an alternative is like a more formalized observer position for some of the agency staff on the U.S. side.
Yeah, I like that too, Adam.
At the same point. Okay, great. I thought I saw Chris's hand back up, but maybe not. So I think what I'll try to do is summarize what I think we've heard so far this morning. That first, noting the overarching driver for this section 3 is to try to find some ways to reduce the operating costs, but still maintain effective stakeholder engagement. The next item is okay. So how do we actually achieve that? One approach is that we either reduce the number of membership. Don't hear anybody really jumping up saying, yeah, cut our number of or our sector's numbers. Although I think Peggy did mention, some participants might be able to pay their own way. Processors, for example. Not that Peggy's necessarily speaking for everybody in the processing sector. Another option we heard was that there's always the availability of a hybrid meeting. So while we may have one in-person per year meeting, the hybrid option remains throughout, and that may also reduce some travel costs. Presumably, the Secretariat would have some budgetary range where they consider option one, where everyone is participating in person at the hybrid meeting, versus half or a quarter or whatever it turns out to be. I'll leave that to the financial experts to figure out how best to project those potential costs. The third component, although it's a bit more tangential, is to note potentially some folks participate as observers rather than members. This doesn't really get to the cost issues, but it does help us deal with how we ensure representation numbers are met within the proposed paragraphs A through E. I think those are the general points we've heard. I think that where that leaves us is we don't have specific edits aside from the employees point that Chris pointed out. We don't have specific edits that we would recommend or put forward to the commissioners in this section. We would just instead offer some of those observations, noting it's ultimately going to be a budgetary decision. Peggy, I think I saw your hand. Point of clarification, correction?
Yes, I did have a thought, and you corrected it for me, and now I have another thought. I do think it's important that we go through, as you said, and say that we are not interested in lowering our numbers. The only, and those 3 points that you said, I'm agreeing with entirely. Just something occurred to me of what these expenses are, and they include lunch every day, they include coffee, they include snacks, all of that we could bring ourselves. I guess that what I'm saying is there's other ways to skin this cat, and we should include just to be thinking about what the expenses are that need to be cut. And the other side of that is there a budget for this at all? And if there is a budget, I don't want to get into being a financial director, but thinking about how we can make this work for if we do have 2 meetings a year and one is virtual and the other is in person, which I really agree with what Jeff has said in the comments and what Sarah said to us. The one that we have in person, we can cut costs on that. We know how to do that. So just in our comments, be sure to include, and I'm officially offering to help with the comments on this, but to include some of the other thoughts of how we can, go have lunch ourselves and pick up the cost on that, or whatever that 40,000 represents.
Right. So I appreciate the thinking outside the box in terms of other ways to reduce the operating costs. I will say though, and look to Dr. Wilson, I think we're straying a little bit outside of our outside of what we're looking to accomplish here. We can put some suggestions for, but ultimately it's the commission that decides the budget that we would be working within, and it's up to the commission we just show up to the meetings basically.
Yeah, thank goodness.
Yeah. Actually I see Dr. Wilson's hand is up, so we'll go to Dr. Wilson and then to Chris.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, I'd just like to point out that so on as part of paper 03 Rev 1, page 2 and 3, is it just a quick indication of what that $40,000 represents for a particular MSAB meeting based on non-government member participation. And I would discourage the MSAB from getting into that sort of micro commentary on the budget itself. It's really something the Commission will give an indication to the Secretariat of, well, we're only going to provide you for one meeting, which is the case. So $40,000 a year or $30,000 a year, and then we try and rationalize those expenses. So I recommend that MSAB steer away from getting into that lower level of micro detail. Thanks, Joe.
Great. Yeah, we're on the same page there. Okay, I think maybe final comment to Chris, and then see if we can summarize this, wrap this point up.
I just want to clarify. I'm not opposed to rationalizing the MSAB. I think that I think what's important is making sure we're applicable. There is equal representation, equal seats from each contracting party. But I also think if we're going to have hybrid meetings, I think there is a way to make use of still having alternates who are not members, but can still, it can help with succession planning. It can help with, they can still speak through the representative who's the MSAB at the table. So I just want that to be clear on that. I think there's a way to rationalize it, but still ensure that we've got the broad participation.
Pete, are you set to go there?
Sure, sounds good to me.
Oh, sorry, I saw your hand there. Okay, so I think where we're at is, in general, there's not an interest in lowering participation per se. There's not a specific group that's saying, yeah, we can have fewer folks at the table. I mean, there's not necessarily strong opposition to it, as Chris just mentioned, but in general, I think we can say people are not looking to lower participation. There has been a value highlighted in supporting some succession planning, and whether we make use of alternates or, I think, observers that could help address some of the either complexities of contracting party government agency staff, and also just helping with succession planning to ensure that folks can transition into the process smoothly. In general, there is support for making sure all meetings have a hybrid option that is anticipated to reduce some of the travel costs. Some folks will elect to participate remotely rather than in person. But that we are not going to get into the details as a board about trying to work to the budget. That's up for the Secretariat for the Commission. That said, there's some novel ideas that were put out there. Pay for lunch, reduce some of the coffee costs, things like that. Okay, I think we should look to put some of those points in the report. There's no actual edits to this paragraph 3 that we would be noting, except for, I think, 3 Bravo. I did hear quite clearly from Scott, and I think from Jim, about not looking to reduce tribal First Nations participation. And we also heard from Forrest about the challenges of reducing recreational participation from 2 to 4. The one item that has not been addressed in the conversation, though, is coming back to our discussion on Tuesday in paragraph 4 and the term limits. My recollection was that there was some concern in general about reducing term limits from 4 to 2 years, as that makes transition difficult. And in particular, there was concern about providing a limit of 1 additional term, given either there's not a whole lot of folks banging down the door to step in for somebody, but also, I mean, effectively just having a 4-year term, that makes it difficult for folks to get up to speed in the process. Or you get up to speed and then it's time to move on. Over the past couple of days, have folks had any other thoughts on paragraph 4? Forrest?
I don't know if it's other thoughts, but since we're revisiting it, I just think a 4-year term is important, just for that very thing that you just said. By the time you get up to speed, you're leaving. But as far as term limits, total limits, I don't know. I mean, This is a big commitment. Oh, and also I think I think people should be prepared for a 4-year commitment for that very reason. I don't think you want to find somebody that says, "Oh yeah, I'll give this 2 years and then move on." But as far as that total number of term limits, I just think your pool is so small. I mean, you've got to want this. You've got to be interested enough to dig enough to make it, meaningful and to provide meaningful feedback. And I just wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. I get the fresh blood part, but I don't know. I just think you might struggle I think you might be doing a disservice, and I don't know that for sure. But I'm just trying to think of other people that I know that could, jump into this, and it's like I said, it's just a really small pool. So I'll leave it at that. And thanks for the opportunity.
Okay, thanks, Forrest. Yeah, that's a good recap of our previous conversation. I see Chuck and then Heather, and then I have a question as well.
Yes, I agree with Forrest in the 4-year term, but a suggestion might be that and I do not agree with just one additional term. I think you need the consistency. But one thing that might be helpful is if your additional terms after the 4-year term maybe could be 2-year terms ad infinitum, and that might allow for a better transition to someone else. And committing to 2 4-year terms may be just too much for some people, but they could commit for a 2-year term, another 2-year term, to allow somebody else to start learning the process and fill in after that. And that would also then allow you alternating your different terms, so not having all the board new at the same time. I'm just speaking in my situation. I could be dead in 4 years at my age, and then I wouldn't be able to fill out the term either. So just
Thank you, Chuck. That's a very frank assessment. Yeah, but interesting suggestion about the renewal terms. Okay, Heather.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to chime in here. I'm in agreement with the way this conversation has gone over the last couple of days in terms of term limits, and just wanted to provide the perspective as someone that's new to this and thinking about just with the number of meetings per year. I can see just finally getting up to speed after 2 years, and then having to hand this over to somebody else could be really challenging. I've really appreciated hearing from folks this week that have been involved in this process for a long time and have that perspective. So just speaking very much in agreement about the kind of maintaining the 4-year term limit here. So thanks and good morning.
Wonderful. Thanks, Heather. Yes, good morning. Okay, so I think we've heard in general is that a longer term, like a 4-year term, is important in terms of continuity, understanding. That the term limit renewal seems unnecessary, but potentially there's an appetite to consider some alternate renewal term, as Chuck suggested. The initial appointment's 4 years, and then a 2-year renewal after that to help with transition planning, so you don't have a full turnover of the board. The question I had, I guess, is for the Secretariat, but perhaps anyone who knows the answer is, I believe one of the desires of this change is to ensure consistency with other subsidiary bodies. Are we way out in left field here if we didn't have a term renewal limitation? I can't think off the top of my head what PAB or conference board have.
Yeah, thanks. I can answer that. First of all, in terms of 4 years, I think that's fine. That's something that can be retained, and I think there's been some really sound justification for ensuring that longevity. In terms of the number of terms, I'm just trying to recall off the top of my head, I think most do have term limits except the commission itself. It is being proposed in this case simply to provide a means for organized turnover, which will hopefully ensure that we can maintain that level of consistency and continuity in the membership, so that we don't end up in a position where we could find a number of participants. Sorry, we just have an earthquake drill going off in the building, so we're just going to pause for a moment. But if you guys want to keep going, we'll turn our microphone off for a moment. But you're right. The rest of it should be clear, Chair. Thanks.
Great. Okay. So I think what I heard was that going from or retaining a 4-year term is unlikely to be problematic. That there may be term renewal limits in other statutory bodies. I still need to think that over. Like, that seems strange for conference boards.
We're back, Adam. Sorry about that.
Okay. No problem. Did you have something else you wanted to add to that point? Or maybe that's my question. Is conference board doesn't have a term renewal limit, right?
You're right, and that's because both the processor advisory board and the conference board are considered very different in terms of the technical review that the MSAB, the research advisory board, and also the SRB do.
Right. Oh yes, and I forgot today's the earthquake drill too. Is that the drill that's happening right now?
Sorry about that.
Yes. Sorry, we should all be under our desks right now. That's something we can only do remotely, really, right? So sit under their desks for a second. Okay. Any other points of clarification from folks on that, Peggy?
Yeah, I just thought I might have heard you say that the 4-year term, the initial serving for 4 years didn't have much support. I think I heard wrong.
Yeah. There's no opposition to keeping it at 4 years.
Okay.
So yes.
Great.
I shouldn't use a double negative. 4 years is good.
Yeah.
Try to keep it at 4 years. Yeah.
As far as the additional terms, I think MSAB, I really like Chuck's idea of 2 years ad infinitum. Certainly, people may want to serve longer than they are appointed for. Certainly, people may leave sooner than IPHC wants them to. There will be always that, but to put a date certain on that, I think might really disserve what we're trying to do at the MSAB. Just my 2 cents. So I'm in favor of Chuck's suggestion too.
Okay, so how about this is a proposal then that in our report writing session, which we will get to in a minute here, we'll note some of these recommendations or whatever the appropriate verb is to the commissioners, and that a 4-year term with potentially a 2-year renewal seems appropriate. That we ensure we plan for some maybe more formalized observer attendance, although that would be at the observer's cost. The idea of both of these points is that it would help with some succession planning and continuity of the process. So we can provide that information for the commissioners to make a decision on.
Sounds good.
Okay. I think that was the last substantive piece. Well, I mean, I guess there's the officer pieces as well. I don't know if there's much else to say here aside from selfishly myself. Hybrid meetings, I think, are the way forward. Much more challenging as a co-chair to do, but that's the world we're in now. I don't know, Pete, if you have anything in particular you'd like to draw attention to in the co-chair or the officer section.
I do not. Perhaps in years to come when I am more experienced, I might, but not at the moment.
Okay. The one item that I'll note is that it's also proposed that the co-chair terms would have a limited renewal. I would suggest that maybe the term be aligned with the appointment, and just flag that if there is a term limit renewal, I hope other people are getting their pencils sharpened to step in.
Adam, where is that change? What number?
On paragraph 7 here. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why, and I had marked it down. If the co-chairs are also members, then the co-chairs should have a 4-year term to start with, and then they can be moved to 2 years after that for each one. Otherwise, how are you going to keep it all aligned? That was my thought. Unless a co-chair would come in and be chosen from the members, or as a member, and sit in waiting until a period ended before he could step in. I just thought that it would be, to be consistent, if you're keeping the first term at 4 years, if that indeed occurs, then the co-chairs should likely be the same. But others may have different thoughts.
Yeah, that's the term limit or term length point that I was noting. So it sounds like, Chuck, you're saying your suggestion is that better align it with the appointment term. Dan?
Yeah, I mean, thanks for flagging this one. I really don't see a need for a term limit on the co-chairs either. Maybe we just would note that in our minutes. There really isn't a whole line of MSAB members who are knocking at the door to become a co-chair. And experience does help in that position. So just flag that, we may not see the need for a term limit on the co-chair positions as well.
Okay, Dan, thanks. Yeah, I will refrain from any comments for or against there. It seems too biased. Though I do also see people are quick to, yeah. Okay, never, that sounds helpful. No other hands here. Okay, so the last section is
Adam. It looks as
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Hulson. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think that's an easy win, just to remove the maximum number of terms that a co-chair could serve. So we'll certainly include that. In terms of aligning, I'm just trying to think of how we could actually do that, and it might require some challenging text to be drafted. And so I think my preference would certainly be that it's just, to be a co-chair, you need to be a member. And so the default is that as long as you're a member and your term is active, your membership term is active, then you can be the co-chair. To try and get wording in there that would say that it needs to align could mean that, for example, a new member could come on, be co-chair, have a 4-year term, but just not be aligned with it. And I just think it would be too challenging to try and get some text there. So my preference is just to leave it as, to be the co-chair, you have to be a member, and the membership takes precedent, and whatever terms or term limits that are applied don't necessarily have to be worded to coincide. It just means when your membership expires, by default, you can no longer be the co-chair if you haven't extended a new membership period. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a very helpful suggestion. We actually had a similar comment or similar discussion in the report drafting session on Tuesday, because I'm in that situation where my time as co-chair technically extends beyond my membership, which doesn't make any sense. So I think that's a great suggestion to tie it up easily. Okay. Final items are reference to when we would be meeting as an MSAB, noting here in particular that we could be utilizing information sessions, that we could be meeting in person or electronically for both for both types of meetings, and also noting that the MSAB could set up ad hoc working groups. I think we've done this. We've done it once, definitely, maybe twice in our time. I don't have any particular concerns or comments on this, or concerns or changes on this, but I will offer an observation that I suspect with the availability of hybrid meetings, of information out sessions, we're probably less likely to see ad hoc working groups going forward. Yeah, I don't think there's much to do with that comment, just some speculation. Any concerns on these edits here? Or anything to include in the report, sorry? Okay, I see 2 hands, Chris, and then Chuck. We'll try to cycle through those comments. And then I see also we're at 10:30, so we should look to take a break.
Just on the meeting time and place, just to make sure I understand. So we're saying we're meeting at least once a year. I don't know, is that sufficient? I mean, we sort of met, you know, we have the spring and the fall meeting. I'm just concerned about, we say meets at least once a year, that we sort of miss that cycle. I know at least once a year encapsulates that, but I think the way we've set it up, where we have kind of the May meeting where we get some information, provide some feedback, and then in October we see the results and discuss it, has worked fairly well. I know it's the last little bit's been a challenge. We've been in a holding pattern, but I just want to make sure we don't lose that, or we're restricted from that.
Right. So is the emphasis meeting in person once per year, or just meeting once per year?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I could look to Secretariat for advice on that, or what's hoped to be achieved with this change.
Yeah, thanks through the chair. So a couple of things here. So if you look at the text that's struck out, so that was the existing version. So the MSAB normally meets twice per year. It was just a little bit, considered it a little bit vague, and obviously during the COVID period we didn't meet at all in 2021. And so there is a request from the Commission to formalize in the Commission's rules and procedures what an informational session is. And as you'll recall, and I'm going to say the 17th of August or something, the MSAB met for an informational session. And so the Commission has asked for specific rules to be developed about information sessions and what they entail and what kinds of deadlines would be required for those. And so we've tried to incorporate that within these MSAB terms of reference as well. The Commission has given clear direction and made a recommendation that the MSAB will meet once in person per year, and if there are any other meetings, that they be virtual, electronic. And so that's why we've tried to keep it general enough to be very clear that the MSAB will meet at least once per year. The budget will be provided for that one physical meeting, but the rest should occur via electronic means. Of course, if there is another global pandemic, it doesn't require us to meet in person, because then we'd be violating the rules of procedure if we were to say that we must meet once per year. But please do note that the Commission has provided that directive that the MSAB will meet in person once per year, and funds have been provided. So that won't change.
Right.
Thanks, Jeff.
Okay, thank you. So the emphasis here really is on meeting in person once per year. I think what I heard from you, Chris, was okay, not necessarily in opposition to meeting only once in person, but that potentially there's some value in having the information session or a remote meeting of the MSAB in the spring, say, so that we would maintain our same input cycle with SRB and then reviewing results in the autumn. Is that what you were getting to, Chris?
Yeah, that's, I think it's the cycle we've used, notwithstanding the comments about in 2021 because of pandemic and the work plan and everything, we didn't meet. So yeah, I just think it's important that if that's what the intent is, to meet once per year in person. Let's just make sure that doesn't get lost in the weeds here in the wording. The other thing I'd mention is just on the informational session. I understand for the informational session, but one thing about the informational session is we don't have a meeting record of it. It's a little less formal, and as I find I'm getting older, my memory is going. So I think it's nice to be able to have a record of the meeting, and that's my only concern on an informational session is we don't usually have a record of it, I think is so that's the only comment I'd also make about that. I'm not opposed to informational sessions, but I think for for certain things, especially if we're providing advice to the commission, to the secretariat on evaluations to be looked at, say in May, that we've got a clear record of what was said.
Yeah. Okay. So, noting some potential challenges with information sessions, we can put that down as one item. I think the other piece to note here is this doesn't necessarily preclude us from meeting formally twice per year. Just one would be in person. The second meeting could be entirely remote, but a formal meeting, not an information session. At least that's my interpretation of this this paragraph. Is that fair? Made to the secretariat? Is that a fair interpretation?
Sorry. Can you repeat that again? Sorry, I was taken away for a moment on something else.
Yeah, no problem. This paragraph would still permit us to have the MSAB meet twice per year formally. Just only one would be in person, one would be remote. Right. So we could still maintain our pre-COVID meeting cycle of a formal session in the spring, just it would be remote, and then a formal session in the fall for evaluating results. At any point in time, we could also have an information session, or even exchange the remote formal meeting with an information session.
Correct.
Okay, that's helpful. And then Chris's point, what I think you heard, Chris, is what I heard from you, Chris, is in general, information sessions have a place, but challenge with them, potential deficiency is that there is no meeting record produced, and it's difficult to keep track of what actually happened there. So maybe a slight preference for a formal, albeit remote, MSAB meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great. Okay. All right. Thanks for letting us go off on a bit of a tangent there. I see Chuck and Peggy have their hands up.
Yes, well, mine is actually, it's not on this section, it's on the next section. I thought you said that was the last section that you're going to be discussing. I have points on VI reports.
Okay, we'll go to Peggy first then.
Just a point of clarification, and sorry about the dog in the background. Was that at the last annual meeting that the commissioners said only one in-person meeting? Or can anyone help me understand that a little better?
I believe it was an intersessional session, but I'll look to the secretariat to confirm that.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And so I would direct you to the update on the actions arising from the annual meeting. So one of the papers for this meeting, just looking at it quickly, paper 6 includes all of the various decisions of the Commission related to the MSAB, and the special session 12 includes that specific decision of the Commission. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Dr. Wilson. I appreciate that. Thanks, Adam.
Okay, thank you. Anne-Marie, is your hand up for this section, or is it for reports and records?
No, for the meeting scheduling.
Okay, so let's go to you for the meeting scheduling as last comment, and then we'll move on to Chuck for the next section.
Thanks. I guess I just had a question or a comment around having the info sessions versus 2 full meetings. For me, the iterative nature of the MSAB seems to have been dropped when we went to info sessions only, mostly because I think we weren't able to sort of provide formal input to staff or to Alan about what's next. And it also seems like if we only have one full session, that it doesn't give us enough time to like, it's in October, we're getting our marching orders from the commissioners at the annual meeting. So we've essentially got a whole 8 months or so between them providing marching orders, Alan interpreting marching orders, and then us seeing things without us sort of talking a little bit more about what the commissioners are talking about. So I'm just sort of feeling like the iterative nature of an MSC is sort of being missed by going info out session in May versus having 2 full sessions. Thanks.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Yeah, I think that's I think that's maybe the point that Chris was getting to about it being helpful to have something still formal in say a spring meeting, albeit remote. Is that what you're getting to? That we know it's challenging when you just have the one meeting to interpret and provide recommendations on the program of work. Alan, seeing as well, I'm assuming information sessions are less work for Secretariat staff than a regular meeting. What would the consequences be of 2 full MSAB meetings? What the consequences of just 2 full meetings be to you and to the MSE folks?
Yeah, thanks, Adam, for bringing that up. It's a big consequence. It takes a lot of time. One full MSAB meeting takes probably a month of time of IPHC Secretariat. So there's the week of the MSAB meeting. There's there's document preparation, 30 days in advance. And so and this year was a great example, having the info session allowed us to present to the MSAB where the MSE is at, what sort of things the MSAB needs to prepare themselves for, and what they can expect at the full meeting. So I think it was hopefully useful for the MSAB. And it was probably just a week of time of the Secretariat to prepare and run that meeting. So we learned some lessons this year, and deadlines are important, and maybe some outcomes of that meeting would be important as well. But it allowed the Secretariat to continue work without pausing for a 2 to 4 week period and maintain that continuity of work, which was, I think, really important coming up to the preparation for the SRB in June. So in the past, when we've had 2 full MSAB meetings, we've basically had to stop working on the MSE in early April and then pick that up again in July. It may seem like, wow, that's just 2 little meetings, but there's a lot of prep for these meetings. There's a lot of time for these meetings. And sometimes you have to pivot from these meetings as well. So it's really helpful for Secretariat to have these info sessions where there's just less, less prep time and just more time to put together a little bit more informal discussion with the MSAB. And I actually really like the information sessions because I feel it's a little bit more informal. We can have some really good discussions and understand things. That being said, I think there might be years in which there's a program of work that may necessitate a full meeting in May and maybe an info session in October, and vice versa. So this year is a great example that having a full meeting in October was really important because all the results are here. The MSAB can make those recommendations to the Commission based on all the results. But there may be times when objectives is one of the main, redefining objectives or reevaluating objectives is the main point. And then we may be scheduling a more full interactive meeting in May when we can address those things and then have more info session in October. So I think this language is somewhat general to that. I like that we have that flexibility.
Okay, so I think there's 2 points here, and I see Dan's hand as well. On one hand, we've heard from folks the importance of having multiple meetings to support the iterative nature and just make sure we're not kind of losing track of where we're at, given the large gap between potentially an annual meeting in January and an autumn MSAB meeting. That's one hand. On the other hand, it's a lot of work to have a meeting. An informational session reduces that work. Maybe there's a middle ground where we can still at least ensure we've got some formal record keeping from the information session so that we recall what actually occurred. I also think if we were to have years in which we need multiple MSAB meetings, we need some sort of decision-making criteria to decide when that happens. I can foresee it being quite confusing, developing disagreement if we decide the last minute an information session is going to be a formal meeting or vice versa. Just folks won't know how to prepare for it. Okay, let's go to Dan.
Yeah, thanks. I guess just listening to this last discussion there, I kind of align myself with Anne Marie was saying. The May meetings were basically where we defined objectives, defined management procedures, and recommended things for, the analysis, which is what the earlier part of our terms of reference stated. This year, only having an October meeting, the commission is the one that actually defined the management procedures. They're the ones that kind of gave Alan some performance metrics they'd like looked at, and the SRB is the one that got to add to those management procedures without the MSAB having any input on it at all. And so I appreciate that the info sessions are less work than a full session, but if the MSAB is to fulfill its mandate, which is to basically recommend management procedures and performance metrics at some point in the future, I think that takes 2 meetings rather than just being reported out to in the fall.
Yeah, thanks for that, Dan. Okay, so I think what we could make sure we include within a report here is, as MSAB members, we feel that the multiple meetings are the most effective way for us as members to provide input and understand the work plan. But we note that this is a considerable strain on Secretariat resources. Ultimately, a decision about how to use those resources and how we execute our mandate is for the commission to decide. I hope that's a reasonable balance to at least put forward in the report, knowing that the commissioners are going to have more to say on this. I'm trying to walk a fine line here between making sure we're supported as a board, but also Alan not burying you under a mountain. Okay, I did say we were going to break at 10:30. We are over time, but I know Chuck has been waiting very patiently. Chuck, do you think you can? Is this a lengthy conversation on report writing or a quick one?
No. It depends on the answers, I suppose, and the question when I pose it. Mine is comments on section 6, reports and records, number 11 and 13. One of them is terminology and the consistency of language between use of session and meetings in 3 different spots on two paragraphs, and what the reasoning for that is. The other is, what is the definition of the meeting itself? And I'm referring to number 11. It says a report shall be adopted at the end of each session or meeting, whatever we agree with, and now it's been changed to each session. Now, when it's adopted at each session, that means it's adopted inside the meeting timelines to me. And when does the meeting actually end? Because the report writing is usually done by a select few that are willing to do it at the end of the meeting, late into the night sometimes. In this case, it may go on all afternoon. So that it's just the definition of the meeting, the timelines, and then the use of meeting and sessions. And I'll entertain any thoughts.
All right. Okay, I can offer a couple of quick points, Chuck, and then look to the Secretariat. I think, first of all, a good catch about session versus meeting. I'm speculating that similar to fishery versus fisheries, your comment at the beginning, it may just be a similar alignment. But I'll look to the Secretariat to confirm or correct that. In terms of adopting at the end of each session, my understanding is that there is some precedent where minor editorial changes of the report may be adopted intersessionally, and that's why at the end was struck. But that's, again, speculative. I'll mute myself and look to Dr. Wilson, I think, to speak to both those points.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And you hit the nail on the head with session and meeting, and so we'll make sure that's standardized. With the change or the deletion of the end of, it is just to encourage, first of all, standardization among the meetings, the various subsidiary bodies where we adopt the meeting essentially within each session. And the intention there is that all MSAB members should be in attendance for that report adoption, but of course it's your choice if you choose not to be. And so that the primary objective here is standardization among all the subsidiary bodies to ensure that the reports are adopted in the session itself. Thanks, Chair.
Terrific. Okay. This gets us to the end of the rules of procedure document. That was a much more fulsome conversation than I anticipated, but I'm grateful that we had the time to go through this, as this is, well, I mean, anybody who's been with this process from the beginning may recall how challenging it was to operate without a comprehensive discussion around the rules of procedure. We operated for a few years maybe without something like that, and it really can burn up time. So I'm grateful that at the very least we all had a chance to familiarize ourselves with the document again, put forward some concrete observations and recommendations for the commissioners. These included our conversations around the mandate, and we'll have some comments that we'll put in the report writing session here later this morning. We had quite a detailed conversation on the number of participants that could constitute the board, and alternative ways to potentially reduce some of the costs, or to meet some of the cost saving objectives. In particular, we talked about focusing on always having hybrid meetings available, potentially having some folks even pay their own way, or noting that there's also some succession planning options through observers that could help keep the size of the group manageable, not having to expand membership. We did talk a little bit about term limit renewal and the duration of terms. I think particularly 4 years was a helpful item to retain. And then we concluded here with a discussion about how frequently we should be meeting. I think we heard from a few folks the importance of having multiple MSAB meetings more than just an information session. We also heard from Secretariat that that is quite a taxing ask, and that's a decision that commissioners will need to make, how they best balance that. We'll look to incorporate all of these comments within the report writing session, which we are going to roll into shortly here. Before we do that, though, I'd like to propose that we take a break to get some water and stretch your legs for, I'm not sure, what do you think, Pete, for 20 minutes, for 15 minutes? Or Alan, what do you need on your side?
We're going into report writing after this.
I think so, yes.
Yeah. Let's take till 11:05 Pacific time. Is that okay?
I think that seems reasonable. Pete, does that work for you as well?
Works for me.
Okay, great. Okay, so we'll get back at 11:05, folks. Go get a drink of water. We are going to report writing. This is a bit different than report writing in the past couple of days, though. It's different in that everybody please stick around. This is the formal adoption session as well as some drafting, so it's really important that everybody has their contributions here.
If I may interject, Chair.
Yeah, of course.
I think the process might be to finish drafting the report now, take a lunch break, the Secretariat will go away, clean it up, and then go to a formal adoption where we'll read through the entire report after lunch. How's that sound?
I agree. Yeah, we have a couple of paragraphs to write from yesterday. We also need to write the paragraphs for this morning's discussion. Take a lunch break. I suspect that'll probably take us to just after 12, maybe 12:30. Take lunch and then come back for adoption.
Perfect.
Okay, thanks. We'll talk to folks in 11:05, 10 minutes. Good morning, everybody. We'll get settled back here and get into the report writing. I apologize earlier. I realized my camera was off for this morning's conversation. I'm sorry.
We forgive you, Adam. It's okay.
Well, it probably saved you from seeing my 4-year-old running around in the background. Okay, so for the report writing, again, we've got some drafting to continue from yesterday, and we also have the drafting from this morning. Then we'll move into adoption. It's going to be a bit of a stretch, but I'd like to try to get the drafting done of the report before 12:30, so we can get into adoption into the afternoon. I think on the shared screen, it'd be helpful, Ed, if you could bring up the version that was distributed of the report last night, please.
Yeah, I'll bring that up, Adam.
Oh, thanks,
I added a few things that will be obvious and noticeable, just trying to speed up the process today. Second. I think that break is still up.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, through the chairs, should we go review any of the report first that we drafted last night, or should we go right into the paragraphs that need to be added, or would you like to review some potential paragraphs for the rules of procedure, or draft some paragraphs for the rules of procedure? So a number of tasks to complete still.
Yeah. I was going to go sequentially in time, but maybe it'll be easier if we actually go sequentially through the report, which would mean writing the rules of procedure paragraphs first. That way it's still fresh in our mind, and we can get that out and then go into the analysis of the results piece.
Okay, so would you like to jump right to that section?
Yeah, let's jump right to where we're at the shared screen now, where we talk about rules of procedure. Yeah. Does that work for you, Pete?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
I'm just gonna make it a little bit easier to read here for a second. We were trying to do a few things just to assist the process this morning. Okay, so starting at paragraph 12 is just noting to revisit. And then there's some new text added under 13.
Right, okay.
So, Chair, I'll just jump in here. And so this morning, as you've been talking and deliberating, I've tried to summarize all of those points. I think most of them are there, but there might be one or two that are not quite encapsulated as the board would like. But if you just wanted to read through those, it should be
excellent. Yeah. Yeah, that's very helpful to have this majority put in here. So let's pause on the screen here, and then folks can take a minute to read through, see that it see where it captures their interest or where we need some edits.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're quick, Chuck. We'll just take another minute here to read through and then go to you. Okay, Chuck, you had an observation?
You've kept the term limits at 4 years, including the subsequent term if you decide to sign on.
So there it says the term limit will be 4 years as opposed to the suggested 2, but there is no comment on the duration of a renewed term. I think your suggestion, Chuck, was that it be considered for a 2-year renewal. Is that what you're speaking to?
Yeah, and then I see that it's been said minimum of 3 years. So but that's all depends on whether there's full agreement on that. It seemed to be some agreement in the chat, and so it was an idea, and whether or not that's needs to be just as something for the commissioners to decide. It's I just note that it's missing, and if it's not a good idea, then I'm fine with this. But I don't think there again you're limiting the terms. From 1 term to 2 terms, limit maybe 3 terms. I think most of us felt that and I could be speaking for others, that the term limits weren't necessary to be limited.
If I could just highlight the second part of sentence 1 in paragraph C, after the 3 years, says without a limit on the number of terms that could be served by an individual member.
Yeah, I see it as there would not be a limit on the number of terms. Is that clear, Chuck? Pardon me. Chuck, is that clear? Sorry.
Yeah, it's clear, except when you add the confusion with the sentence right after that. That's all.
Okay, so how about just for the moment we could enter a new break at should the commission decide, maybe just help us for clarity in reading, noting that C and D could be merged back together. We'll let folks digest that. Peggy, I see your hand is up.
Yes, thanks, Adam. So I am wondering why I didn't hear that there was in our conversation that there was a minimum of 3 years that was acceptable. I did hear support for 4 years, so I'm just making that observation. I may have missed part of that conversation. Agree that without the limit on the number of terms, that phrase in sentence 13C is correct. Reflect what we talked about. The number of terms, we're speculating on what the commissioners may do. It feels like under D, and I don't remember supporting a number of terms that members could be re-upped for, except we thought that 2 was too small. I was thinking 4 terms, but I didn't express that. So I'm not sure if we should delve into should the commission decide to limit unless we really get it clear what our consensus is. That was all.
Right. Okay, so let's thanks for that, Peggy. Let's break this into a couple of components. Let's focus first on the minimum amount. I don't think there was a comment that folks should be committed. You ought not to take a 4-year term and then decide to quit partway through. And I think that's been translated into something a bit more definitive about a 3-year minimum. I think maybe we could remove the 3-year minimum text here because there's no way we can enforce it. right? If somebody decides not to show up to the meeting, they're not going to show up. But I do think there's some value in emphasizing the importance of following through on your commitment once you become a board member. What are folks' thoughts on that, on our approach to ensure this commitment, specifically at 13C? And I also speak to the, Secretary, I see, sorry, Dr. Wilson has his hand up. Please feel free to speak to that.
Yeah, thanks. No, I'll just provide some clarification. And so I can't recall exactly who it was, but when we were talking about the 2 versus the 4, there was a proposal of some other number. And so that's why that's just put there, whether it's 3 or 5, it could be something. I think it's fine to delete it. I don't think that really takes away from anything. In terms of the second, of splitting the sentence into 2, so a new paragraph D, I think that's fine. I would suggest that you do actually try and encapsulate the discussion, and there was quite a substantial discussion around providing advice or potential material for the Commission to consider that should it continue down the path of limiting the number of terms, that it takes into consideration the rest of that sentence, such as not applying the limits to non-government, non-tribal First Nation board positions. So I think that would be an important discussion point to include in the report.
Well, yeah, I agree that there was a pretty substantive comment or discussion on term limits. I would characterize that, in general, there was not support for term renewal limits, and in particular, it would be challenging to have any limits for non-government, non-tribal appointees. Peggy, I see your hand is up. Is that to continue on with that point or a new one?
Sorry, that was
okay. No problem at all. And again, for the report writing session, folks, it's difficult when it's remote, but I am comfortable. Pete, I'd like to see if you're comfortable as well. It's it being a little less formal. Like, feel free to interject, to speak up, less so with hands. At least we give it a try to encourage discussion. If it starts getting a bit out of hand, we'll go back to hand raising. Chuck.
Yeah, I guess what my comments were to start the process back an hour or so ago, of having the second term and any subsequent terms be 2-year terms, and the first one being 4-year terms, because they're going to take the 4 years to learn. That seems to be missing, and it was somewhat supported, but that again is up to others to say yay or nay on. But regardless, if we're having unlimited terms, then there should be a procedure or a process, or maybe it's already in, where others who wish to join but can't because the seats are all taken have a chance to have their voice heard, or have an election, or election within a contracting party. There should be some process if we're getting into that. That's just my thought. Seeing as everyone wants to join the MSAB, it's such an easy task to work with.
I think in terms of the election, Chuck, I'd offer that members serve at the pleasure of commissioners. It's presumably up to each contracting party to determine how those nominees go forward, though, rather than describe an election process here. I see Dr. Wilson's hand is up as well.
Oh, sorry. No, I take that back. That was our legacy.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so I think suggested edits here, and again, feel free to speak up, please, folks, is that for 13C, 13 Charlie, we would strike the minimum piece in parentheses, the minimum of 3 years. But yeah, I think strike that piece. We could add another comment to note the utility in exploring, I guess, like maybe a 2-year renewal time period to encourage overlap or succession planning. And the intention here would be to put these suggestions forward for the commissioner's consideration.
So, Chair, if I could, as Alan's typing there, I think what I'm hearing is that the sentence would then read something along the lines of continuity would be well served by first term limits remaining at 4 years, with subsequent terms, unlimited terms of 2 years, or something along those lines might work well.
Yep. That's well put. Thank you. And I think then with that, I'll let Alan finish that, but I'll get the thought out was if that change is made to Charlie, paragraph delta could focus instead on, I guess maybe the challenges of, or maybe it's more a descriptor about, not applying term limits to non-government, non-tribal positions is particularly important given I guess how few candidates there are. I think is a better way to describe that. I'm thinking, Jim, Scott, in particular, of the comments you've raised. Do you have thoughts on that paragraph? How best to describe it, or how urgent it is to have it included?
No, I don't.
Sorry, Jim, was that
Different would
no?
be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at that, and I'm kind of wondering. The terms of reference should consider more than 2 terms as a limit. Well, I don't know why it's just putting out. It's just board members, right? I don't think there's any agency staff in Canada that are. Well, you're the chair, but you're not a. That's done separately. But the MSAB members are not government employees, or they're not agency staff. So I kind of think that's kind of redundant.
No. Okay, so sorry. Maybe it's a matter of combining delta and echo. I think the missing paragraph here, or what I'm asking for input on, is how would one put how would one describe the qualifier that term limits are particularly unhelpful for First Nation or tribal appointments? I think that's the point Scott was making earlier.
Okay, well, let Scott talk to that, because
I think you've just done it, Adam. I think you've just said it. There is no support for term limits. There was a directed concern that term limits not be applied to this group if the commission is considering it. These speculative comments are really hard to credit.
Yeah. Okay, so how about, or well, we'll go to Scott and then put forward some potential text.
I think a lot of people are expressing it's really hard to get people interested in joining the board and sitting on the board and staying on the board. And it's been brought up a lot of times that if a new member comes on, it's usually up to about 2 years before they really start catching on to the process of what's going on. I think that, you shouldn't separate non-governmental, non-tribal First Nations apart. It should be for all positions, all board seats, that we really don't want there to be limits.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Forrest has said the same in his comments.
Yeah. Okay. So then, how about we replace paragraph delta with something along the lines of term renewal limits were not supported, given they are likely to undercut
Consistency.
Consistency, yeah. Membership expertise and effective contributions to the MSE process. I think that could, yeah.
I like sorry, Alan. I like inserting effective before contributions. I could be overrun on that one, but that's good. Thanks.
Okay, I think that makes sense. Then we can remove what is currently paragraph delta, I think.
I feel like delta is necessary as it is a qualifier. What would the MSAB recommend if the commission says, well, we are implementing term limits? If you remove the paragraph, then you're not offering an alternative if term limits are of interest to the commission.
Well, if term limits are of interest to the commissioners, I would say 4.
Right. We didn't have this conversation though about term limits. Like the discussion from folks was term limits do not make sense.
If I could just add in, I think with D, if you just remove everything after limits, and so you're removing the EG3 and then all the way to the end to separate out the board itself. There was a discussion specifically highlighting that, noting that there is 2-term limits, or 1-term limit rather, so 2 terms in the current proposal, which was presented to the commission. There was discussion around.
Oh, I see. Right.
Yeah, that's good.
And then with the prior paragraph C, and I'm just going to be the devil's advocate, adding the word effective contributions. I guess it sort of insinuates that new members wouldn't be able to provide effective contributions. So I would just
yes, let's take that out.
That's fine with me. I'm not married to that piece. Sarah?
Just one really quick thing that needs to be revisited in paragraph C. Right now it says first term limits remaining at 4-year terms with subsequent terms limited at 2 years. I just think it reads a little bit weird. It almost looks like 2 2-year terms. Maybe I guess now that I'm reading it again, it's not quite so bad, but it could just say with subsequent terms at 2 years and take out the word limited there.
Yes, I like that.
Okay. Yeah, second line of paragraph, Charlie. Perfect. Okay, let's give folks a moment to consider what has now become paragraph 13 with the paragraphs alpha through echo. And perhaps you could also read ahead to paragraph 14, which describes our role. Okay, not seeing or hearing anything, knowing we're going to have a review of the afternoon, I'd say we move on to paragraphs 14 and 15, maybe even 16 if it'll fit on the screen. We'll give folks a minute to read.
So while people are reading, I'll annoy you by talking. So with paragraph 14 there, the 2-biz was what I was suggesting be added, where the MSAB would come up with some descriptors of how you would achieve the role of the MSAB. Now, I haven't come up with that text because I think it's something that could be developed. And I've suggested a couple of ways you could achieve that. You could either do it as an ad hoc working group, and then through the chairs propose that to the commission for addition, or simply just indicate that the MSAB will come up with that 2-biz at the next MSAB meeting.
Okay, thank you. And so that is in response to our discussion of paragraphs in the terms of reference paragraphs 1 and 2 or 2 and 3, where we know what our mandate is, and then it was a matter of determining how to achieve those means. My initial thoughts are, it may not even be that necessary if, at least for me, it was mostly hung up on the verbs of recommend and provide. And now that I've digested that a little bit more, I'm less concerned and don't know that this would be required. But have others had any revelations over the break?
I sort of agree. I would like just a moment, maybe over lunch, to really reconsider this. I'm listening to, I'm remembering some of what other people said, you, Forrest, others, that some of this was assumed. So I want to pull these two things together. I'm not sure.
Yeah, the other item that's there is our discussion on environmental conditions and how we define what's in and out of scope of fishery dynamics.
I don't have quite the issue you do with that one, but I'd like to hear more about why that's a consideration.
Okay, so my recollection, my notes from this morning's conversation around the MSAB mandate was we had in paragraph 2, subsection Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie, talked about recommending objectives, proposing candidate management strategies, and then in Delta, or Charlie was replacing environmental conditions as an example with fishery dynamics. What is currently paragraph 14 is proposing to the means to address the concerns from that discussion. My personal thoughts, although I really would like to hear from others on the call here, is that the edits we had around paragraph 2A and 2B, 2 Bravo are not that much of an issue. I was just trying to understand the verbs, and I think Alan gave a pretty good clarification at the end there about why we would use recommend objectives and propose candidate management strategies. The piece that I think is still outstanding is our discussion around what is encapsulated with the fishery dynamics piece. In particular, I'd raise concern about removing explicitly environmental considerations within the scenarios. And I think that the potential conflict is making sure MSAB stays within their lane and doesn't overstep into the SRB's role. So my suggestion is we focus more of the report writing on that section where we need some additional guidance on what would be in and out of scope. So that's a starting point. I see Jim has his hand up, and invite others to speak as well.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. So I agree with you on the beginning of your statements of in paragraph 2. I don't think there's a big issue just with the verbiage and stuff. I think Alan gave a pretty good explanation. I'm of two minds of the ones taking environmental stuff out and not and saying that's preview of different bodies. I think as environmental conditions continue to change, that I think the MSAB should have the kind of the flexibility to request those type of scenarios being developed, or maybe potentially being developed, and maybe certainly we get input and responses from the Science Review Board, but I think we do need to have that flexibility to ask request scenarios on things that affect fishery dynamics. I mean, I could interpret fishery dynamics including just about everything, but I don't think everyone would have that. I don't think everyone has that interpretation. But I think things that affect fishery dynamics which can include environmental issues and stuff, should be in.
Okay, Jim, thanks. So potentially some more, a better descriptor, or a paragraph that seeks a better descriptor of what's meant by fishery dynamics. Like, is that the suggestion that a report would, we note the proposed amendments to paragraph 1 and 2 of the rules of procedure, and that we requested some additional information on what is meant by fishery dynamics? Or are you thinking something more specific around what's on the screen right now?
Adam, if I may jump in, I feel like
please.
Dynamics is general enough that it encompasses exactly what I think that was Jim just said. Is it's open to interpretation by the MSAB what is affecting those fishery dynamics. If we start defining what fishery dynamics, then you might actually be limiting yourselves.
So that interpretation, it is Jim. Alan, thanks. I mean, that's kind of how I look at fishery dynamics when I first looked at it. I go, well, it's pretty broad. I guess I just don't want to see, it wouldn't be good if all of a sudden we put something in and then someone's we have interpretation of some other group or part of the process where it says, well, my interpretation, those things aren't part of fisheries dynamics. And so I see kind of two parts of that, but I don't see why if a future meeting that came up, we couldn't just deal with it there. Meaning that, well, it goes in that we don't think we're limited by certain interpretations of what fisheries dynamics means. I mean, there's some bounds, but really it's pretty broad. So I kind of agree with you, Alan. I just I think there's some concerns that it will tried to get narrowed, but that's like Peggy said earlier. This sort of speculative comments are kind of challenging.
Yeah. Okay. I seem. Thanks for that, Jim. Notwithstanding that input, I seem to be the sole voice raising any concerns here, and may just let it lie. So last call to hear from folks on whether or not this is actually a concern in paragraph 2, Charlie.
Just looking at an point, I think we've sort of belabored this, but if the purpose of this clarifying clause, which starts out parentheses EG, is to fully inform the commissioners of our concern, of the things that are important to us, then fully defining what we had thought. I'm so sorry about this dog. It's a rescue. Would include environmental conditions, comma, removals under the management authority of a domestic management agency, comma, or changes in fishery dynamics. That just gives them a little additional, unless anyone is absolutely against including the 2 words environmental conditions, I don't see why we can't include it. It's just further information for the commissioners to use. That's my final position.
Okay, thanks, Peggy. Chris?
Yeah, on 2, Charlie, I'd raise some concerns about that, and I take the point that was made about it, sort of about staying in your lane with the SRB in one lane and MSAB in the other. But having said that, I'm still not uncomfortable completely removing environmental conditions, but I'm not. I don't really have a solution to bring forward, so I'm not sure how much help I'm going to be here.
Okay, so I think where we had initially ended up when talking about the rules of procedure this morning was that ultimately it's the commission, the commissioners that adopt these rules of procedures. I think it's fair for us to note our points of consideration. We have heard that there was concerns about removing environmental considerations from 2 Charlie of the rules of procedure. the Secretariat have tried to alleviate some of those concerns, noting that they could still be part of fishery dynamics and or are something that would be raised to the SRB. What about an approach that we note that in the report that there was discussion around the inclusion of, around the interpretation of 2 Charlie and the inclusion of environmental conditions, but that it's that's just that. Sorry, maybe leave it there. There was discussion around the importance of including environmental conditions, and there was differing interpretations of fishery dynamics. Leaving it that vague, though, Alan would leave it to potentially to yourself and then the co-chairs to try to speak to when we present this at the IM, I presume.
I'm happy with what you said, Adam.
So if that edit were put in place in what is now paragraph 15, do folks feel we still need to retain paragraph 14?
It makes sense to delete, Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Agree.
Sorry, Dan, I just noted your comment in the chat. Yeah, sometimes it would be nice, I feel like, to go through ad hoc wordsmith or have an ad hoc wordsmith group. Okay, so the MSAB noted the removal of environmental conditions in paragraph 2 Charlie. And what do we have for an and? Do we have anything here, or do we just note that, or do we note maybe and understand that the or we can request, sure. I just don't want to lose your point, Alan, about the perspective that this would be addressed in part through the fishery dynamics edit. And really, at the end of the day, I feel this is an optics issue. The idea that we are deleting consideration of environmental variables, even if they may be addressed in another venue, is we need to make sure we can explain it clearly.
Am I on the right track here, Adam?
I think so. There's a bit of a delay in it coming up on the screen, but it's looking good from what's showing up now. Yeah. I think paragraph 14 is helpful. Thank you, Alan. Okay, excellent. Let's move on to paragraphs 15 through 17. So paragraph 15 captures our discussion, I think, quite well in terms of actual composition, as well as the observations that Dr. Wilson offered, that there's been a number of vacancies for years. I think that's that. We may need to just put a placeholder down for different agency staff in the observer role, but that may be covered later on. So I'll mute myself for a minute here, let folks read these paragraphs, and then come back with edits.
On 15, I have a suggestion.
Please.
Noting the proposed rationalization of MSAB members' numbers, some MSAB members preferred not to reduce total membership numbers, while others felt that some reduction would be possible at the Commission's discretion, especially those seats have been vacant for a number of years. I think that last clause, while others felt, I think there was discussion about how to cut costs, but I don't believe I heard anything about how to cut numbers or representations. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about that if I missed it. And also if the opposition, I don't think there was any opposition to reducing total membership numbers. So maybe I need to be corrected on that.
Yeah. So my recollection is the Secretariat did note that there were some positions that have been vacant for a while. I acknowledge that as well, that there have been some vacancies which are not filled. I don't know that folks went so far as to say, yeah, they could be reduced. I mean, Chris had said, we're not necessarily opposed to that, and that's how it's all been melded into one.
Yeah, I think.
Do you have a suggested edit, Peggy?
Yeah. I think we could say that we've noted the proposed rationalization of MSAB and the fact that some current positions have been vacant for some years. But with that, there was no support to reduce total membership numbers. And the reason I say that, we didn't talk about those vacancies. I think I was thinking about them. I'm sure others were thinking about them. And when it came to the diversity in Alaska, for recreational, for tribal, for, what I was thinking, unfortunately, it doesn't count whatever I was thinking, but those vacant seats hold some promise for a more robust MSAB in the future. So I think if we had that number in mind when we started this, if there's a cogent reason for changing that, and I don't see budgetary reasons for changing that, that's a forward-thinking policy change that we would be making that would not impact anything on the budget now. I think we should really have a much longer discussion about that.
Okay, Peggy. So I see the edits, the proposed edits have been made. I think we need to deal with the end of the sentence, but I would like to hear from others as well on the reduction piece in particular. I'm looking to some of the U.S. agency staff that had raised this concern. I think Forrest, you'd also raised a concern as well. I want to make sure we really capture this point clearly, because this, in my opinion, is the main thrust of the conversation. Forrest's hand's up.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I don't remember, and I could have been distracted by, I don't remember any specific conversation around pointing to vacancies. I probably just missed that, but and I didn't say this before, but I just will say it, that we tried to fill, there was effort to get another recreational seat filled that for whatever reason didn't move forward. So I don't know if you want to treat those vacancies as if they're not wanted because they were wanted, but the Secretariat didn't move forward or the commissioners didn't move forward. I don't know what happened. So anyway, if there was discussion of vacancy and, and it just appears here like it just, they're vacant, so there's no interest in them, and I missed that part, then, it should go in this way, but I just don't remember that. And I don't think that because there's vacancies that there wasn't particular interest. So I'll just say that.
Right. Yeah, I think that latter part is the hang up. There was a comment about vacancies, but it wasn't. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. There was a comment about vacancies. I know Dr. Wilson had raised this point. I go to Heather, and then I think I've got a suggestion about how we move forward.
Okay, thanks. I will just say I've found myself often agreeing with the comments from Forrest, and this is no different. And just think that before we leave these vacancies to the discretion of the commission, there should be an effort to fill them. I know as a manager and my role on the Pacific Council, we have some advisory board seats, and they've been really challenging to fill. It's just finding people like Tom and Forrest and Chuck that have the time and willingness to participate in that, but I don't think we should give up on them. So thanks.
Okay, thanks, Heather, for that. So I think we do have, I think we can get agreement on putting a full stop after numbers on the second line, just before while. But we do need to figure out what to do with that latter half, that while others felt some reductions could be possible. The only piece specifically related to that I can recall from my notes was, I think, comment, Chris, that you had made. I don't want to, but I am putting you on the spot here. If you could refresh your memory of your comment, I think you said something along the lines of, like, you understand the need for rationalization, you're not opposed to it, or what was that comment?
I said I'm not opposed to rationalization, as it was raised that it was needed for sort of financial considerations. So yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to it being rationalized. I think there is a way to do it. The comment I made, though, that I think it's important to consider that there's equity between the contracting parties, and I think I said one other thing, but now I can't remember what it was.
Okay, I think that's quite helpful. So one approach was, we could put the full stop after numbers and say, while others felt, some reductions could be possible. We've noted the importance of maintaining equity between contracting parties, and I think the interests of the different groups that are presented. Like, got to find a better way to say this, but I'm thinking of the comments we've heard from folks like Forrest and Sarah and Heather about acknowledging the very, it's much more diverse in Alaska in particular, multiple agencies, very different recreational interests, and we want to make sure that those aren't lost. So importance of equity between contracted parties and representation of, I guess, of unique stakeholder interests. I'll mull over that for a second and then go to Tom and Sarah.
Well, I guess personally, I don't have any problem if they reduce the numbers. I don't think we have to have multiples of every sector on here. Any member of the public can attend these things, and they rarely, if ever, do. So it tells me there's just not a whole lot of interest. We're scratching trying to find anybody to fill these positions, and they won't. So, if people want to have input, they can deal through the one representative they have and, make their concerns known. But I don't think we need to load this board up with multiples of every sector. So, I don't think it's a problem if they reduce things down to a more manageable number just for budgetary purposes. So.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tom. I think that'll segue well into an outstanding paragraph about better utilizing observers, particularly with respect to succession planning. Sarah?
Yeah, I was going to say something about this last little bit on representation across a range of interests, and I actually think that that's worded decently well now. Potentially like a diversity of perspectives and range of interests, or something among various regulatory areas and sectors. I don't know. There probably could be like a little bit more clarifying on that. I also think that we might consider, and I'm sorry, I lost track of the conversation for just a second, but we might consider having some kind of sub-paragraph or something about this idea that, potentially there could be some additional, like more participatory observers, or like, you know, whether we call that, I know we don't really vote, we work towards consensus, but non-voting members, or something, sort of acknowledging the fact that there might be some ways for people to participate and engage, but not necessarily throw off the balance and equity that we have among contracting parties.
Yeah, I agree. I think that blends well with Tom's point, and the point that I want to bring in is make sure we can document our comments, our conversation about the role of observers. Okay, so I think I see Alan's already started that. We'll get into that in a second. While he's getting that thought out, I see Dr. Wilson has his hand, and Kurt has disappeared, but maybe that was because it was the same as Sarah's comment. Please go ahead, Dave.
Cheers, thanks very much. I guess there's three comments. First on the vacant positions, and we've flagged that primarily because that's come directly from the two heads of delegation who have highlighted that that's a potential target for cutting, and that's why I raised it as something for discussion. It's worthwhile considering. We do still budget for various components, and it's probably going to be an easy target to reduce what we budget for the MSAB, but then also by default what the contracting parties provide the Secretariat. So that's why that's there. In terms of observers, I guess just a reminder that we do have a very clear and robust observer process for the Commission, and the Commission's rules apply to the MSAB, given the special circumstances of the MSAB, which means that anybody can come along, attend the meetings as observers, and also provide direct input. And as you say, by default, that's taken or not taken into consideration by the broader membership. And so there's probably no need to specifically go into adding additional observer text to the rules of procedure for the MSAB, noting it's already there for the Commission. And then finally, just regarding, I guess, the representation, the current membership was designed to ensure as much as possible that sort of fair, equitable representation, both between the contracting parties and also between the various sectors distributed coast-wide. Obviously, that's a great challenge when you get into particularly recreational representatives. And I guess, Forrest, you raised a point about a nomination that was potentially made, but Alan and I were just sort of looking at each other and not recalling that, so maybe that's just been lost in the ether somewhere. But if there is a candidate that needs to be brought forward, please do. And so I guess the other comments that I'm hearing about ensuring that sort of equity and distribution, it's very challenging to limit the MSAB even to the current membership, and then call the membership fully representative of all the various stakeholder groups coast-wide. So that's why we've actually introduced the new text to the rules of procedure proposal. Underneath the membership, there's essentially a paragraph saying that where possible, we'll be trying to ensure membership is representative of the various stakeholder groups, but it's not always possible. Otherwise, we would need to be looking to increase the membership quite substantially. Thanks, Chair.
Those are three excellent points. I can offer a couple of comments on that, maybe going in reverse order. The ensuring equity or representation of interest where possible. Yeah, that is definitely something this group has struggled with for a long time to find the best way for it. I hope that new concluding statement or clause in paragraph 15 addresses it, that we're noting that the current equity between contracting parties is important and representation ought to be maintained. I don't think we've said it shall be ensured, because we know that's near impossible. Regarding the observer status, I also agree that it's well defined in the current rules of procedure. The reason I think personally it's helpful to have it in the report is more a record for myself and for the board to say, yeah, we have well-defined observer provisions. How can we better utilize those to deal with some of the concerns we've heard from the board around succession planning, and potentially filling some of the gaps that people may perceive are present in participation opportunities. but not looking to reinvent the wheel on new rules of procedure. And then for the vacancies, yes, again, a really good point that the commissioners have noted that. You had raised it in the conversation. And I think as long as we've got our caveat that folks said, yeah, we see there's vacancies, we don't recommend specific reductions, I think that captures the conversation well. Those are, three good points. I had one other item and it's left my mind now. Sorry, go ahead, Peggy.
Sorry to interrupt. Where does that, where possible, come in? Was that an amendment that was put in the proposed changes?
Yeah, so if you were to look back at that particular paper, you'll see it in there as specific text.
I can't, under representation, section 2?
I'm gonna have to go open it up, so give me a moment.
I'm following it because the type is too small for me to see on the meeting screen.
So it's 03 Rev 1.
Yep.
So the amendments to the rules of procedure. And so if you were to look at, where is it? It's the end of paragraph 3, the last sentence in paragraph 3.
I just didn't see, that's where I was looking. I just didn't see a where possible, a phrase where possible. Was there one intended there?
No, I think that was just myself using various terminology to summarize that. So where it now says representation may not be distributed throughout IPHC regulatory areas, but may be a consideration when determining membership. So thereby where possible.
Yep, I agree with that. Thank you, Dave. That's great.
Okay, great. Chuck, you've been waiting patiently.
Well, not really, but I patiently. Yes, but
not really patiently, but
not really waiting very long. That's last sentence in 15. When it comes to if the intent is to keep it to equal representation between contracting parties, but if the commission decides to take away a recreational seat, shall we say, because it hasn't been filled, and I certainly can find people to fill the seats if we have to, but we lose the opportunity for the contracting party to have equal representation if the seat is taken away. It was my point, and there still needs to be the opportunity to be equal representation.
Yeah. So my thoughts on this section is that's a concern that's definitely been noted. In terms of our report, we want to make sure we've captured the contents of the discussion. We are not saying that, I mean, the report says we don't favor reducing numbers. I think we want to stay. I'm a little concerned we're speculating into what the commission is going to do with this. Like right now, we're just trying to put forward our recommendations and our notes. So I guess my question to you, Chuck, is: are you comfortable with the paragraphs as they're currently on the screen, or do you feel they've mischaracterized the conversation?
I suppose mainly what brought it up and has brought up the whole conversation is the addition of where some members felt that they could find ways to reduce numbers, and I think that just opens the whole can of worms. But and so now we're all trying to detail it out, and I think that's where it all stems from. But I'll run with what.
I hope, or do you feel it's dealt with that final clause what the MSAB noted? Current equity of membership between parties and representation across interests is important.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. So we're at 12 o'clock. We've got still a fair bit to go through. So I would like to try to wrap this conversation up so that folks can get a break. We can get the Secretariat time to edit the review. I'll go to Sarah and then ask that folks take a last review at 15 through 18 and confirm we're comfortable with that approach. Sarah?
Yeah, I guess maybe I'm just hoping for a little bit more clarification from the Secretariat on observers. I just went and looked at the ROP for the Commission, and I'm seeing under number 4 in here, it says observers may participate in the deliberations of the Commission and its subsidiary bodies during the observer testimony periods, but shall not be entitled to participate in the taking of decisions. Is that intended to say that, you know, kind of during these normal discussion type times that we're having, the observers would be able to participate? I guess in part because I think what at least I was speaking to before is that I think that there could be opportunities for folks that are not formal members of the MSAB to participate in the discussions in general and add to those discussions, you know, but not be participating in the decision-making process. But this seems to sort of say something otherwise. So I just am seeking a little clarification.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, I'm not sure I'm quite clear on what's being asked. The rules of procedure for the Commission speak about observers, as you said, being able to make public testimony. The rules of procedure for the subsidiary bodies are take into consideration the Commission's rules of procedure, mutatis mutandis, so essentially meaning given the specific circumstances of those subsidiary bodies themselves. And that just gives latitude to the chair and vice chair, or co-chairs in this case, to engage with observers and however they see fit and the other membership sees fit in the specific meeting. And so without wanting to get into drafting very, very detailed rules of procedure for observers for the MSAB, essentially it's giving the MSAB freedom to take the input of observers who come to the meetings and who would like to participate in whatever form you would like. And so it's trying to give the freedom to the subsidiary body to handle that potential engagement input. Thanks, Jim.
Yeah, and if I could add a little bit to that, sorry, this is where I won't speak for Pete, but for myself in particular, I feel like as co-chair, I need to do a better job at carving out space for observer input in these processes. I think better utilizing observers is a way that we could address some of the concerns folks have raised about membership. I mean, the first, I think it's Rule 6 of the Rules of Procedure notes that the meetings are open to observers and the general public. The outstanding piece now is for the co-chairs to figure out, with support from the group here, the best way to have observers engage. So, yeah, I just see observers has been edited in 16. I don't know, Sarah. Does that get to your point? Do folks agree that there's a need to better utilize observers in the MSAB process?
Yeah, I think that that's really helpful, and thanks for clarifying that a bit. It definitely, that helped me wrap my head around what it might look like. I think especially if we're considering reducing the number of MSAB members, which it sounds like we're recommending maybe should not be the case, but if we're talking about that, I think having more opportunity for observer participation will be important in making sure that we are getting representation across the range of interests. I think, I mean, especially, at least as I'm seeing it, especially from the U.S. side, but I think it's also very important for the Canadians as well.
Okay, thanks very much. I do want to move on. I see a couple more hands here. Before we go to those hands, though, if we just scroll down to see what else is outstanding for this section, please. I think that this is the conclusion, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Last comment then to Chuck. Did your hand, or Chris, did your hand actually go down, or is it withdrawn comment?
I'll just hold for now, thanks.
Okay, so we'll go to Peggy and then move into the results evaluation piece.
Yeah, two comments. I like the idea of Chris's and I think Forrest's suggestion that we use observers for succession. And that would be something we could do without having to change the ROP for MSAB, certainly. But in looking at the guidance that we have from the ROP on the Commission on observers, I noted that observers under section Rule 1 definitions are tightly defined as representatives of an capital O observer, capital N nation, not sure what that is, observer intergovernmental organization, or observer non-governmental organization, which kind of leaves out, I think, for instance, a processor observer. Just throwing that out there because I'm not sure the utility of referring back to the Commission's use of observers. I do understand what Dave said earlier, and that made sense to me, that observers, and that you said, Adam, observers can attend, but there isn't a lot of guidance there in terms of exactly how they can attend. So I'm not sure that we want to go there this iteration of the rules of procedure, but just saying.
That's a great flag. Yeah, go ahead.
Through the chair, now we're getting into the weeds. Rule 12 of the IPHC Rules of Procedures highlights the definitions for observers and the general public, and general public includes all stakeholders. Look, I'm happy to answer more detailed questions. I think we're probably taking away from more important discussions, but at this point, the salient message is that the MSAB is free to accept the input of observers or the general public in whatever format it wishes, under the guidance of the chair or vice chair, co-chair. Thanks.
Yeah, that is really helpful, Dave.
Yeah.
I think that's the spirit of the discussion, and I think we can deal with some of the editorial pieces afterwards, so long as folks are comfortable with that spirit, which is, MSAB meetings are open to observers, which is not constrained to member nation NGO type positions. We can work through that later. Great flag, Peggy.
No, great correction, Dave. Thanks.
Okay. I'd like then to move on to, I hope 16 addresses the discussion about observers as co-chair. This captures what I was trying to document, which is mostly a reminder for myself and Pete that, yeah, we need to make sure that observers have this chance to participate, particularly where there may not be representation at the board. From that, though, I think we really ought to move on to the outstanding paragraphs from yesterday's drafting session, which talk about the interpretation of results. Folks, note we'll have a chance to formally adopt this this afternoon, so we can deal with the wordsmithing then, if any. So let's move on then, if we can, to I can't remember what the paragraph number was, 30 something. Yeah, okay, thank you. So let's, we'll do a very quick summary just so people have the context. We're not looking to edit this text right now, just having some context, and then we'll go to the outstanding gaps. So we noted the paper, we recalled the recommendations from the special session, which set out our program of work. That's all the way down to 34, which describes the management procedures and the distribution procedures that were going to be analyzed. We agreed that the work we saw represents those, and then we noted the following. So that's paragraph 36. Paragraph 36 is noting how the size limit MPs performed with an SPR of 43%. This is attempted to be arranged in a way that best aligns with how the objectives are described, where first we talk about biological sustainability objectives in paragraph alpha. And then we talk about fishery objectives in paragraphs Bravo, Charlie, and Delta. actually, and echo, so yield and variability. We tried to mirror this concise reporting out of results for size limits and also for multi-year assessments. So we have paragraphs for each of those, and we added separate paragraphs on kind of color commentary about how things performed. So that's paragraph 36, 37, 38 gets into some of the color commentary, and 39. And our first outstanding edits, I think, are actually into the high 40s, right?
Yeah, right, Adam. I started thinking about drafting these two paragraphs, 40 and 41, and we can come back to those if you want. But I felt like there might be a little bit more needed to say on the size limits, just to provide any sort of recommendation to the commission. This was a lot of notes, and I didn't know if the MSAB wanted something a little bit more concrete. So I put in really just a really quick thought on a couple paragraphs to consider. We can consider those now or come back to them.
Okay, so the question is, do we add these recommendations or not? Would you mind scrolling down a little bit further just to refresh me of what else was outstanding in this? So 30, 42, 43 are some of the color commentary.
Yeah, and
45 gets into the multi-year.
And then this is, 45 begins the multi-year, which you said is like mirroring what was done above.
And then 47 is more of the color commentary. At 49 is our discussion on smoothers and constraints.
I've added in these paragraphs.
Right. 50 is our discussion on benefits of multi-year assessments.
Right.
And then the final,
I've added
Sorry,
in
go ahead.
paragraphs, just hopefully to help the MSAB think about what the costs and benefits are. That's something the commission really is looking for. So just taking from that slide presented yesterday about line costs and benefits here. So anything in blue is added since was emailed out last night.
Mm-hmm.
And so the final bit are noting that the constraints are not included here, and then recommendations for further work in a future MSD work or program of work.
Right. Okay, great. So the task in front of us is to fill in the potential blue highlights, which may include paragraph 54, which is recommendations for future work, and paragraph 30-something, which were some of the recommendations on size limits, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Right. And then maybe move a couple of things around.
Yeah. So given that, I propose we go through this sequentially in like the numerical order. So let's start with the first set of blue text. Yeah. We'll pause here for a minute, let folks review and see if there's anything that comes to mind from our conversations yesterday. Anne-Marie?
I forgot to flag yesterday, sort of in the size limit color commentary session or section, we had a flag, part of a discussion that started with the observation that the benefits of decreasing size limits might be linked to the number of small fish in the ocean. So sort of a commentary on recruitment driving some of the size limit outcomes. And then I had flagged that Alan had said that there might be some additional work to look at the relationship of size limits with environmental regimes. And so I think those two things we tied together. I'm not sure whether that kind of comes in the color commentary section or in the additional work section.
Yes, thanks, Anne-Marie. I thought we had something about recruitment in here already. I can't remember where.
And I could have definitely missed it.
Yeah. There, D, the bottom of D. Oh, at the bottom of D. Yeah, which may be due to stock composition of small fish. Yeah, and then with regard to doing additional runs at different levels of environmental conditions and weighted age, I'm not sure if that will be helpful for the commission to make a decision, but it certainly is a scientific question that the Secretariat is very interested in and would likely run in the future, regardless. So something to consider if the MSAB wants to recommend work to just be done out of interest in looking at something, or if there's specific advice that, or decision-making advice that would come out of that.
Right. Yes, I think maybe something for the future work piece at the end. In terms of the size distribution piece, Anne-Marie, does that text Alan highlighted address it, or do you feel it needs to be a bit more explicit?
I'll come
Oh, you're cutting in or out there a little bit, Anne-Marie. I think you're saying you'll think about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Then let's go back up to the edited text. My initial thoughts are I'm not sure that we'd be recommending the commission evaluate size limits. Like they're just going to send it back to us for some other comments. So it needs some refinement if we were to have that recommendation to paragraph 40 in. These initial thoughts. I see Dan has his hand up.
Yeah, I also flagged that one as I'm not sure we need 40 at all. I think we could probably delete that whole thing without diminishing the minutes at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where I'm feeling. I think Alan, you'd suggest putting something like that in so that we have a tier 1 item in the summary. Is that right?
Right. I think the way that I'm looking at it is there's been a whole lot of work done. The MSAB's been involved. And if the MSAB doesn't say anything about it, is that diminishing the output of the MSAB to the commission? I certainly appreciate everything the MSAB's put in. This is the opportunity for the MSAB to really make a difference in the decision-making process. So does the MSAB feel that the commission has enough information to make an informed decision on size limits? And if the MSAB does not feel that they have enough information to make an informed decision on size limits, should the MSAB say that and recommend what is additionally needed to make an informed decision on size limits?
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's just a really good opportunity for the MSAB to show off to the commission their importance in this process.
Hmm.
What would be
Go
the
ahead,
result
Peggy.
of that, Alan? What would be the result of our recommendation? So let's say that's what we do, then what would the commission do?
The commission would then, well, they would consult with, given the presentations the Secretariat will provide to the commission, they will see that the MSAB, recommends they use those results to make a decision. And then, of course, the commission at its own discretion can make that decision or not, but it has sort of blessing of the MSAB to use these results to do it. If not, I feel like the commission will ask Adam and Pete when they're presenting to the commission, well, what's the recommendation of the MSAB in terms of these results? Should we or should we not make a decision on this, or should we look for more information? I mean, you can strike the paragraphs. That's fine with me, but I feel this is an opportunity to tie up these results, tie up this program of work, and have a real clear outcome.
Yeah, I understand that intention, and I honor that. I don't feel like we need to brag at all, but I do think we're missing something in this recommendation. We are using the word evaluate, and I think I need some help, Dan Falvey. Specifically, what are we asking them to do? We're asking them to modify or go through and prioritize the results that we've given them to, yeah, I'm struggling with that.
I think the highlighted text, it's to the point. Do we remove size limits? Yes or no? I think that's the big question.
But did we actually have that discussion?
Yeah, so that's where I was just going to.
That's I'm a little uncomfortable. We seem to be trying to make a statement here that we didn't really discuss at the meeting. So I'd be more comfortable just deleting paragraph 40.
And I understand that. I'm just pushing the MSAB, pushing the mandate of the MSAB. So I apologize if I'm getting too pushy, but I just want to give you the opportunity.
No, this is helpful.
To show off a little.
So I see Scott's hand, and then I've got a comment on that as well.
Yep, I don't see Joe Pearson on the line today, but I just want to reiterate what he brought up yesterday, that lowering or removing the size limits in Area 2A would really put a constraint on the tribals, Derby fishery, their ability to manage that to the TAC.
So in that case, maybe we should be saying we need to look at regulatory area impacts and do further investigation of that.
So I hope para 42 covers that, but in terms of noting regulatory area difference, I think the complication is how firm can we be in a recommendation if there is this differential effect on different regulatory areas. Dan?
Yeah, I guess I have a couple thoughts on this. One is I'm not ready to recommend that size limits be removed until we see a little bit more about the regulatory area effects. I think there's the equal value calculation by regulatory area. There's whether or not to apply this to all areas versus a single or exempt 2A or perhaps other areas. And then there's the decision about whether 032 is the default stock distribution procedure or whether or not it's going to evolve into an all sizes stock distribution. And so until all those decision points are explicitly on the table, it's hard to make a partial recommendation. And that's my personal opinion after looking at it. That doesn't diminish the amount of information we have in front of us and the great work Alan did, but before I could make that call, those were some of the factors I would want to know. But that said, I really appreciate Alan trying to push us to actually be relevant in this process and make recommendations. And I realized we didn't get to that stage yesterday, and so I would just maybe suggest as we do in future meetings get to this point of work where we actually have the work day, like yesterday was, to receive these results, that we somehow really make space at the end of receiving the reports to say, what are the MSAB's recommendation rather than just what are we noting? Because I do think that's going to be important to keep this group relevant and to justify the funding for it. So to reiterate, I'm not ready to make a hard recommendation until I do understand more about regulatory area effects and what the basis of the stock distribution would be, and until we understand which areas this will apply to. And I really do think as a group, we need to make time during our workday to really kind of distill what our recommendations will be.
Well put, Dan. I see Pete has his hand up as well.
Yeah, my comment was going to revolve around Dan's kind of second point there on the distribution used in the underlying simulations. But I guess like to further that, I guess I have a question for Alan. I read somewhere that there really isn't any information on U26 distribution from the FIS. So we're talking about that 4-inch difference. Do you think there could be enough of a sensitivity in the results to warrant looking at that, Alan?
Yeah, I think what we've done in the past, I'll rephrase this, but we've used what's called all sizes from the FIS stock distribution, and that does have a different resulting distribution of the TCY than the current 032 stock distribution. So there's precedent on examining that. And so I'll note it here as all sizes. That's typically what we've been calling it, which is mostly 026.
Thanks for that, Pete and Alan. I'll maybe offer my perspective on okay, so what do we say at the interim and annual meetings? And I think this builds on what Dan was saying as well. I also am not ready to make a recommendation, and that's because of, I guess, at least how I view the MSC process and what I think as co-chair we can convey. At the end of the day, an MSC process defines objectives, identifies candidate management procedures, and evaluates those procedures against the objectives. Then it's up for decision makers to pick a procedure they feel performs best. So our observations and potential recommendations are noting the performance of a procedure against its objectives, and then we can draw some conclusions about whether this is the highest ranked procedure or not. Why I feel like we are not ready to do that yet is we are not able to evaluate a procedure against all components of the objectives, particularly because we're still treating distribution as this single integrated piece, and we don't have the regulatory area information. The process just isn't quite there yet, and it's not meant at all to be a criticism. I just feel like I can't say, yeah, here's how we perform against each objective, and therefore here's a recommendation on MP ranking.
So is that saying that there is not enough information for the commission to make a decision at this time?
I don't know if it's not enough information for the commission to make a decision, because commissioners have that discretion. We can't comment on some of the regulatory area level performance within our objectives.
So
yeah,
it looks like maybe deleting 40 and then considering 41, or deleting both.
No, deleting 40 and considering 41. I like 41.
I think that is helpful.
I'm just going to delete 40 to get it off the page.
Thanks, Alan. Okay, I see Chris and Tom have put their hands up.
Yeah, I think for 41, I'm pleased that I agree with the deleting 40. I just think, I'm not saying, I don't know if we got to the point of recommending further evaluation. I think we definitely noted these things. I don't know if we got to the point of recommendation in the discussion yesterday.
Yeah, and that also goes to Dan's point about needing to have this time carved out in our day, and thinking back a little bit to the comments Anne-Marie had made earlier, I think, about an iterative process, that is a challenge with having or maybe it was you, Chris, but having the one meeting per year. It's challenging to deal with it all in one meeting. Having multiple meetings where we can actually go back and digest it is a helpful part of the process.
Can I just ask a point of order real quick? I mean, we are still in session as the MSAB. Does this mean that we're not allowed to go back and continue making recommendation or working on information we received yesterday? So I'm just kind of curious how this works.
I was thinking the same thing this morning, Dan, actually, is how far do we go back into opening this up? I am, to be honest, a bit reticent to do that in the interest of having an orderly, timely meeting. But if there is something we've overlooked and we can put forward a clear recommendation, then it's still possible. That said, but before we go whole hog and start considering a specific recommendation like that, I see Tom and Pear have their hands up, and then I think we need to do a bit of a time check to figure out how we're going to get through the rest of the day.
Okay, I guess, thank you for acknowledging me. I do think there's enough information presented that we can make a recommendation. I think Alan's simulations, I think, clearly show that over the biological sustainability of this stock is solid out to 40 years. There's a minor change in TCEY of 1.9%, which is like 1.3 million pounds. And now suddenly we're being hung up because we want to know how many fish of different sizes are in every single management area and how that's going to economically affect our particular area. While that's a portion of what we're concerned about, I don't think that's primary. I think that the stock sustainability is the main thing. And that's what these management procedures are all designed to do. What happens long-term, short-term, medium-term, long-term to the stock And just because some area might have more small fish than other areas, I don't think that's, I don't think we're ever going to know that, because that's going to be a guesstimate by Ian about what kind of biomass of different ages or sizes are in different areas. But, clearly the information Alan's presenting is that the stock is sustainable and, and in good condition out 40 years with no size limit. And, I don't know why we're hung up on acknowledging that and putting that as a viable recommendation.
Thanks, Tom. Per?
Yeah, instead of removal of size limits, possibly modification of size limits.
And sorry, this is a different recommendation, you mean?
No, including in the sentence there, including consideration
of
I see. Size limit, how modification of size limits. That gives you more options if you want to go to 26 or possibly 30, which is my favorite. And as an additional comment, the only way you're going to find out is actually do it. We can run simulations all you want, but until you do it, you don't know.
Peggy? Thanks, Per. Peggy, and then Forrest, and then I'm going to do a time check to figure out next steps.
Yeah, I'm much more comfortable with different wording in this. Just a small change in this sentence. I would say including the consideration of impacts of different size limits or removal of the size limit. But we're looking at the impacts that each regulatory area would be struck with. And while I usually agree with Per, I think the whole reason we're here is to, do a trial run of this and see. And one thing that's missing here, and I will tell you that when I bring this back to my guys, as I have this week, what I have heard is the market is not going to want to see small fish. And they're especially looking out, as we discussed yesterday, looking out beyond the first 15 or 20 years, really changing this to not having many large fish at all anymore. We'll live with it, but we don't want it. So that just is another area that we would need to evaluate, look into, investigate more. But we have discussed it already, and it is in the future work plan. So I think it's premature to also agree with Tom mostly, but I think this is premature.
Thank you, Peggy.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know what was wrong with me when we covered this material, but I felt like it was a presentation of information and runs. I guess we haven't met for a year. At no time did I feel like the timing was right to dig in and offer observations. And I guess I missed that cue, but I didn't recognize that this was like our last chance to dig in for some reason. And I just am nowhere close to a position to recommend that size limits be changed or dropped or whatever. So it just goes to show that, the more time you spend on the MSAB, the more you learn. And so anyway, yeah, I'm much more comfortable with how this is starting to read than how it started out. But I do appreciate Alan's point that it's the time for us to be relevant. I think this is a very important topic that needs a lot more discussion before we're ready to recommend something. Thank you.
Thanks, Forrest. I think that's a fair observation, at least, even myself, thinking about how I prepared for the meeting and reviewing the papers. Paper 9, which was the evaluation results, was talking about recommending additional scenarios, recommending additional performance metrics, recommending new MPs. I wasn't even in front of my mind to make a recommendation on an MP to adopt. So that may be where you were coming from. Okay, we're at 12:40. We need to stop and get some food the desire was to take this break so that the Secretariat could go back and do some editorial and we could go through the adoption. But unfortunately, we are not there yet. We still need to consider the concluding paragraphs on 50-ish, where we talked about next steps. So what I'm going to propose is that we take a break for an hour now for lunch and task folks with drafting some language for that concluding paragraph. I think we still need to review paragraph 51, but are folks comfortable with having the Secretariat go through and do their editorial cleanup for adoption of everything up to paragraph 50? So I'll say that one more a little more clearly. Can we hand over paragraphs 1 to 49 to the Secretariat for review? Then we'll come back in an hour. We'll finish drafting 50 onwards and go to the adoption at that point. I see a thumbs up from Peggy.
Sounds good to me, Adam.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Dave, Alan, does that work for you? It does put the Secretary in a bit of a tough spot for the adoption for those last couple of paragraphs.
Yeah, I think that's fine with us. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay. And is 1340 Pacific time okay?
It's fine with me.
Okay. Okay, so everybody has a bit of homework over lunch to consider some draft language for paragraph 50, or I think it's 52. We'll come back in an hour. 53, sorry. We'll come back in an hour and get to work then. Okay. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sorry to push there.
Don't apologize, Alan. This is it.
Oh, that's great to hear. Thanks.
Afternoon, everybody. The folks get a minute to get themselves oriented, get their microphones, everything sorted, and also take stock of the comments that Dan shared during the break in the chat. I also note that Secretariat did distribute via email a few moments ago a copy of the report for adoption. I'm assuming it's the same version we see on the shared screen right now.
Yes, that's correct.
Terrific. Okay, so when we had left off just before lunch, we had a couple of items we had to follow up with. First is wrapping up the text on the concluding paragraphs around 50 or so, and then actually going into our adoption. Alan or maybe Dave, perhaps, for the version that's here in front of us, are we okay to go right to those outstanding paragraphs, or is there anything else that you want to flag through the review over the break?
For me, I don't know. I think we're good to go.
Okay. Maybe then let's go to those outstanding paragraphs. See what we can get done. Yeah. So thanks. 50, 51. That was it. Noting we also had some comments around paragraph 41 for Dan's pieces. So anybody have thoughts on 50, 51? Anyone want to kick us off?
I think one thing, Adam, on 50, we could just do a hard stop after MPs and then delete all of this stuff. I could not find a really good thing that from the commission that suggested this. And we highlight the definition of MPs above.
Yeah, exactly my recommendation. I also spent some of the break trying to find that, and I can't, for the life of me, find something that's really concise. Dan?
I'm good on the hard stop, but I think we can actually go beyond just noting that they've been investigated in the past. I think we can say that they've shown to reduce variability with minimal impact on yield.
Do you think we can just reference a specific paragraph from a previous report that notes that, rather than creating something new?
I don't know. If I was going to read this, I would like to actually have it in front of me why they're beneficial rather than being directed to another report. But
which is fair. I think just let's at least use language we've already approved, so we don't have to go through wordsmithing stuff again, or putting things down that we hadn't specifically said at this meeting. I think that's something that we can look to pull up. I think it was probably MSAB 16 or 15.
I think it was actually earlier than that.
Okay.
They first came in and the coastwide analysis.
Oh, right, with the scale discussion.
I can look at that on the side if we want to move on, but
okay, that would be, yeah.
To be put in.
Just a quick question was, it says constraints and other measures. I realized the constraints weren't included. What were the other measures to reduce variability that were not included in these MPs?
Smoothing the averaging of the stock distribution.
Do we want to put that in like E in brackets, E period, G period, comma?
Honestly, I can't think of any others, so maybe we could just replace that.
Sounds good to me. Thanks.
How about this?
I think it's nice to have.
Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
Oh, I think Alan caught up with it.
So while working away on that piece, during the break, did others have thoughts as well on paragraph 51? And then I see Kurt's comments as well in the chat. I think it's helpful to bring us back to our conversation on the outstanding item in paragraph 41. But let's try to wrap up 51 first. Maybe then I'll kick us off that we agreed that future program of work could consider items like constraints or smoothers. I think another item that we had talked about was needing to save space on the work plan to evaluate, hopefully, an agreement that commissioners achieve in terms of allocating the resource. I don't know how best we describe that.
I didn't catch that last one, Adam.
Hopefully, the commissioners come to an agreement on allocation, on stock distribution for the annual meeting. And I'm assuming that they would want us to evaluate that that sharing agreement. Maybe a bit of a stretch, but to say that I don't know that for certain. But I think it's important that we save space. My fear is that we fully subscribe the work plan, and then something else comes up, and we've got to kick everything off to deal with that.
Yeah, Adam, on that, I think we maybe want to be a little more general, just evaluating, and Alan referred to this as at the on day one, it's that whatever decisions come out of the annual meeting, they're probably some going to have to be analyzed by MSC to see if they're meeting an objective. So, sort of the message there, don't fill up our time. So I think it's bigger than just future agreements. I think it's outcomes from the annual meeting, and we could put in brackets E period, G period, comma, but there could be other things.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's an approach.
Sorry, I'm not sure on the specific wording. Evaluating future outcomes.
Yeah, I would just say outcomes from annual meeting.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I guess I have a couple of comments on this. I thought at the end of yesterday we had talked about 51 being a recommendation, so it actually goes in the top part of our minutes. Two, that it would be beneficial to include consideration of restraints for both size limits and multi-year assessments in the future program of work. And I thought that was kind of where we landed yesterday, and I'm sorry if I got that wrong. But then 51 would be a standalone. That would just be the MSAB recommends that constraints and averaging stock distribution, that it'd be basically restating 50, that constraints and averaging stock distribution be considered as elements to reduce variability in future investigations of size limit and multi-year assessments as part of the future program of work.
Yeah, thanks. So my notes also have it that we recommend a new program of work be developed as the current one expiring, and we've had some examples about the contents of that program of work, constraints and smoothers being examples.
To make sure I'm following, changing agreed to recommended. Was there something for 50, or was this all in 51? Was there
I think it's a standalone paragraph talking about constraints and the 4 size limits and multi-year stock assessments as part of the future program of work is good. I think we can also think about whether we are going to recommend that it, evaluating the distribution outcomes from the upcoming meeting be part of the future program of work. I think is a separate topic that wasn't discussed yesterday, and I'm happy to have that.
I did raise that yesterday, that we want to make space in a work plan for evaluating those outcomes.
But I think we can address that as its own separate recommendation.
And so that I'm sure I'm following the proposal, Dan, that both paragraphs would have the same preamble.
No.
Like they're both within the context of we need to develop a new program of work. And these are potential contents for the program of work.
I think paragraph 50 sets up the fact that constraints and averaging measures have been investigated in the past and are beneficial to reducing variability. And a lot of the stuff above that talks about the multi-year assessment and the variability that it increases. So to me, it logically flows to lay out what our observations are about variability, to talk about tools we've seen that work it, and then to recommend that if in the future program of work on these two issues that you incorporate those tools. I think a different line of thought is the future program of work could also include evaluating more distribution outcomes should the commissioners develop them. To me, those are kind of separate chains of logic.
Okay, I think I follow along there. Maybe we'll just give a minute to have the text caught up and then see if we can get to agreement there.
So if I move these two items under what is now 51. Is this capturing what you were saying, Dan? Or,
I think so. Give me a minute to just get my head around it.
Okay, yeah, me too. Sorry.
A minute for that to settle in. I think Pete has a suggestion as well.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I've been having an internal debate about whether I actually speak up here being the new guy in this, but I guess I'm seeing this, like we certainly had this conversation yesterday, but I see this as maybe two areas. One is, if the commission were to ever adopt size limits or multi-year assessments or whatever is coming out of this, that in the practice of that, there would be a threshold that TCEY doesn't change by greater than 15%. That's one part of it. And then the other is whether you want to enforce a threshold in doing simulations. And I have to say, I just coming from a simulation type assessment scientist, I don't think you'd actually want to do that. I think you'd want to be able to see the full range of variability in your simulations, because my caution, if you did have a threshold, is that you may choose an option that is highly variable, but it would be masked by having some set limit of how far those simulations can go. So that's my comment on that.
Appreciate that comment, Pete. I think we've always looked at constraints in contrast to an MP that doesn't have them. So you actually have that contrast. We've done that when we were doing scale and distribution. So you do get the comparison and you do get to see what the full range of variability is, because there's always one base case. Well, so far, there's always been one base case without the constraint, and then you compare it to a base case with the constraint to get an idea.
Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, that's what my comment is revolving around, is that you just make sure you'd have that comparison in there to ensure that you're not choosing something that is the variability and the outcomes are masked.
Mm-hmm. I think on paragraph 51, I think just the two comments I have, and you can incorporate them as you see fit, Alan, would be as part of the next MSC program of work, and you could say these could be applicable to the multi-year assessment or size limits. But just kind of reference that, that these are, the context of these is looking at reducing the variability on both of those, that the work has been done so far.
Okay. So you want 51 to be specific for size limits and multi-year assessments?
So I'm trying to capture that we discussed the need for these constraints associated with those two MPs.
I think it's something along the lines of the MSAB recommended in future evaluations of the size limit and multi-year stock assessments that the next MSE program of work include those two things. Because we're evaluating the size limits and the multi-year assessments. We're not evaluating the constraints.
Yeah, I would agree with what Chris said. I think keeping the context fairly, specific to the multi-year assessments and the size limits captures it. And then the second comment I had was to add a 3-year averaging to your EG example.
One step at a time. Let's get this first piece down. So Chris, your proposed language is the MSAB recommended for future evaluations of
in future evaluations, or whatever the wording is, recommended for future, or in future evaluations of size limits and multi-year stock assessments. Include elements that
reduce interannual variability in the TCEY.
And then you could just put E period, G period, comma, and you could put those two in there.
That works.
Yeah, let's put EG, yeah.
I'm just wondering if 52 is now a little bit repetitive, and if this
that's the idea, is this 51 replaces 52.
Oh, okay.
I agree.
I think is that what you were referring to, Chris and Dan?
Yeah, I was gonna 51 would become 52. Yeah, replace 52.
How about I just delete the header preamble to 52?
Yeah, I think that works. And then Dan had one other suggestion about.
I think Alan got it with B there. I think he incorporated it fine. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Didn't you want to add 3? Yeah. Okay.
Excellent. Okay, let's let folks digest that, read that item. Tom, I see your hand is up. Is it about this paragraph?
Yeah, it is. I'm just curious if, we're obviously hung up on the idea of size limits. If people feel they can't make a decision, what specifically do they want to be brought back by the Secretariat for us to look at so that we can make a recommendation on size limits? Because I get tired of this vague language about further evaluations and bring back, various things. What specifically do people want so that we can make a decision? We had 2 things to look at here. One was size, and the other was multi-year assessments. And we're vague on both. We can't seem to make a decision because we say we don't have enough information. I'd like to know what it is, what information, exactly what people want. And one, can that be provided to us in any kind of a timely fashion?
I think that Dan had a really good comment in the chat on this that might be helpful.
Well, I think you captured some of it in 39, like you've highlighted there. And I think, for instance, the one that Dan brought up about that all sizes stock distribution, I didn't even think about that. I thought that was an excellent point.
So it said concisely, Tom, at least speaking for myself, we have some information about size limits. What else is missing? 2 things. One is understanding regulatory area specific implications to removing the size limits, particularly in the context of changing stock distribution. That's, I guess, kind of 1.5 items. The second item that I feel like we need more information on is understanding how constraints, adding a constraint may affect the outcome of these results. And that's why we've identified this as that recommendation for future work. So given that, I mean, that's my thought. Is there a way, Tom, that you would propose to make this a little clearer?
No, I can't add anything further to this point that's going to change anybody's mind.
Okay, well, how about at least we take it up? You and I can have more of a conversation at the annual meeting, or at least offline, because I don't want you to be just hung out in the wind there. Okay, so we have paragraph 51 now, which recommends future evaluations. I guess the only outstanding question, more for myself, is whether 52 is agreed or recommended. I do think it's important that we make sure there's space in the work plan for this, but I guess on the other hand, ultimately it's the commissioner's discretion about how the Secretariat's work is prioritized. Any thoughts on what is 52?
I'm okay with using the word recommended instead of agreed. I'm not probably going to wage war over it, though.
Were constraints and smoothers just in the context of future evaluations of size limits of multi-year, or was it something specific about the future program of work?
That's what I was going to ask. I was wondering if you wanted to include those in 52 as well, to be more general too. If the commission directs us to look at something completely different, you still want constraints and smoothers per se in there.
But I would say the context we discussed them is captured in 51, and then I would think that in the future, I don't think we need to ask them to be as part of the future program of work, because I think one thing is you'd want, and Pete kind of alluded to it, you could build a management procedure where the constraint is part of the management procedure in one and not in another. So it becomes more of a discussion of for whatever management procedure we're looking at. So I don't think we have to be explicit about them. It's just last time they kind of arose after the fact a little bit because we weren't meeting the objectives, and I think you had to actually put something in to restrict the the numbers so we could meet the objectives on variability.
So Chris is just suggesting that 52 just have A, or even just, A could be rolled right into paragraph 52 as one sentence.
Yeah, just roll it right in, because I think the point was made earlier, we should delineate these two, 51, talk about that, and then 52, talk about this other item here. So I think we can just roll it into the end of the program of work, end of the sentence of 52.
Okay, we'll take a look at that. And then I see, Dan, I'm not sure if your hand is new or from before, and then Depair.
It's new. I just want to see where it goes. I guess my comment was that if the commissioners are successful in developing a distribution formula, it's probably going to be for several years, and it'll replace essentially Alan's integration of the various distribution MPs in the current analysis of size limits and multi-years. And so by default, if it becomes an agreement, it becomes the agreement that will represent distribution in future MSE outcomes, right? So it will be analyzed as an integrated component of most future model runs. I just want to make sure we're not trying to say that if they do come to an agreement, that we will analyze that agreement specifically and then recommend changes to it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. No, I agree. I don't think we're looking to recommend changes at all.
Like you guys decide what you want to agree on, and then we'll tell you why it won't work a year later. That's not really where we want to go.
No, agreed. It's more just making sure there's room in the work plan for it. Okay, that's a good point, Dan. Let me think on that a little more. While it's happening, Per, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, we've been discussing constraints and smoothers for a long time. I thought that was agreed upon, that we really wanted to go forward with some smoothers to the quota by regulatory area.
Yeah.
On that?
Yeah, it's your memory is correct. We've talked about it for a long time. I think it was MSAB017 when I was going through the notes here that we had endorsed the use of a constraint. The reason it's come up in the course of this conversation is the current set of MPs that we've been exploring, evaluating over the past couple of days do not have that constraint within them. The MPs we've evaluated were very precisely defined through a special session, through a program of work. And the point, I think, of paragraph 51 is to say, look, we spent a lot of time talking about constraints. We think they're important to evaluate, continue to evaluate going forward, especially knowing what we know from past work.
Okay, I just don't want to see them buried somewhere and kind of disappear. I want to keep
Yeah,
going.
no, agreed. And I think that's why Dan in particular has been so effective at advocating for it to be a recommended.
Okay. All right.
Fair. Thanks, Per. Forrest?
Yeah, thanks. Adam, so in 51, there are very specific constraints on the change of coastwide TCY averaging of stock distribution. They're very specific to evaluations of size limits and multi-year assessments. So do you feel like we finished our work on constraints and smoothers in past meetings and they're just out there? Did we recommend that they be applied to any particular area, all MPs? I'm not, this seems very narrow, and I'm still, there's constraints that we didn't give consideration to in Alan's or the Secretariat's last runs. We threw in max 15%. We didn't have time to look at slow up, fast down. Maybe there wasn't a lot of interest in that in certain sectors, but there was from the recreational sector. So I want to be careful that we're not super narrow here, or maybe I missed that we had tied everything, wrapped everything in a package and it was done outside of multi-year assessments and size limits. Or can that still be a part of future work, like how it applies to different MPs outside of that? Or
I don't think paragraph 51 as it's written right now constrains us from looking at other constraints necessarily. These are listed just as for example. I think the important part was we spent a bit of time at this meeting looking at size limits and multi-year assessments, but we haven't had the benefit of seeing the effective constraints on it, and that's why we're saying future work is important for it.
Okay, I just reread it while you were explaining, and I still feel like it. If we're talking about future work, that it's just in reference to size limits and multi-year assessments. But if you feel like it's not limiting, then I am totally comfortable with that. Thanks so much.
Yeah, just to be clear, for so you're concerned that if we were looking at size limits, there's other MPs or other types of constraints, right? Yeah, that's maybe a helpful edit there that Alan's put up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you. If everybody's if there's consensus or support for that, but yes, thanks.
Perfect. Okay, that sounds good. Let's go last comment to Chris here, and then see if we can step back to paragraph 41.
Okay, I'm just curious. Paragraph 52. Is everyone okay with that? I mean, one thing occurred to me: do we really even need it? I mean,
Yes, I'm okay.
We're gonna be evaluating outcomes. If there's an outcome out of the annual meeting that needs to be evaluated, we're gonna get it by default. I just wonder if everyone's fine with it, let's just leave it. But if we're gonna wordsmith it, I just wonder if we really need it. But if everyone's fine with it, let's just leave it as is.
The reason I'm okay with it is that it does provide sort of a continuum of what we've just done and what we're sharing our thoughts with the commissioners about what we could do next. And, that's all I think. And I agree that agreed is the appropriate verb.
Anybody else have thoughts to offer on Chris's point?
If people are okay with it, I'm good with it.
Yeah. We'll assume silence is support for it. And then I'd suggest that we go back up to the outstanding paragraph, which is, I think, 41, although the numbers may have changed. No, it's not 41, is it?
Is that 39 the paragraph you're referring to, Adam?
I think so. I want to make sure we don't lose track of Dan's comments, and I believe this is what 39 has become, or it became 39.
Yeah, you're correct. That my reference to 41 and my comment should be 39 with the renumbering. But I don't think my comment was a replacement for 39. It would just be something that would somehow go up in the be a recommendation or something, a concluding recommendation to the size limit that would be carried forward into the top part to show our thoughts. And I really don't know how to achieve that with the reporting format we have.
Well, would the points you listed, Dan, be just sort of listed in this paragraph? I think, well, I see first in the first sentence you listed, yeah, that those points, many of those are already, well, some of those are sort of captured in there.
Dan, did you want to speak to that point?
Yes.
I mean, yeah. So, and essentially, you could, put what I wrote in the beginning of 39. And then, but if it's and then as a recommendation, it would then go up to the top, if that's allowed, and if people agree that that kind of represents the consensus of this group, and want to have a consensus statement on size limits in the top of where to go next. And basically, my thoughts is that the MSE is a great way to look at the stock dynamics, and there's probably other factors relevant to the decision, such as market acceptance, stakeholder acceptance, that you're not going to be able to understand in MSE. And based on the work done so far, this is what we've generally learned about stock dynamics, and there's some much more specific examples in our minutes. And if the commissioners should choose to continue investigating this using the MSE, then we recommend the 39, which is area specific and looking at something other than 32 as the basis for distribution or something like that. So it's just kind of a concluding thought, and it's just generally to try and summarize our thoughts and highlight them to the commissioners of that we have looked at all this stuff, and this is what we're recommending.
Heather, I see your hand. We'll just let this this point get worked out and then go to you.
Yeah, thanks. I was just going to say, I thought Dan's comments could also, they're also similar to what we had in 40, which was just the comment about other management considerations when adjusting size limits. And then Dan's comment were other relevant factors to consider. So just had a thought that that could be all combined. But
Thanks, Heather. Let's we'll just finish with the edits here and go to multitask for both of them and see if that covers it.
Yes, so I just tried to put it into the format of the report, everything that was mentioned, including a comment by Kurt Iverson at the end of all that thread as well. And so I think this captures what was said, and hopefully the intent that you had, Dan. Let me know otherwise, please.
It does. I think you've done a good job of incorporating everything into it. Now the question is, what verb will bring this to the attention of the commissioners? And like, what is this, an agreement or is it a recommendation?
Right. One other item to add in this is our previous paragraph that I think Joe or Scott had raised about management complexity. This is Heather was also speaking to just now.
Right.
Added as another comment in paragraph 39. Just trying to find that old paragraph in the report. Yeah. I think it's paragraph 43 now. Yeah. So I think 43 could be combined into this new paragraph.
On 40?
Yes, or well, 40 and 39.
You can just add up. Other considerations include, management complexity.
Oh, I see. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That looks good.
If you wanted to, you could actually specifically put EG2A after management complexity, because that's really the context.
Do you want deciding on or evaluating?
I think
it's that's a decision related thing. I mean, I think so. I think decision making is from my perspective, it would be a decision making criteria. I'm not sure how much more evaluation can be done on those.
Yeah, that's I agree with that point, Dan. Chris, you also had something to add?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so the standing question is for 39, do we agree or recommend? I
Agreed.
39 is, Chris, you're saying agreed, and Dan, you were looking for something to make sure we elevate it to the commissioner's attention, right?
I was just some synthesis thoughts for the commissioners on what our investigation of size limits has led us to.
Yeah.
With the more detailed objective comparisons below.
So I was going to say requested or accepted is another way to make it level 1. Is that a reasonable middle ground? Like this gets it right to the this is level 1, so it gets it right to the commissioner's summary.
Because maybe I could ask Dave if the goal of the MSAB is to kind of have this up in the front, what approach would you recommend?
Yeah, if that's your goal, if that's your target, you want to get it in front of the commissioners, then you need to have one of those terms because they just get lifted out. Otherwise, I think there's the habituation to the other terms, such as agreed, that may not get read unless highlighted separately in some other way by yourselves. So you'd want to indicate, like, if you want the MSAB to recommend that the commission notes that relevant factors, et cetera, that's the sort of terminology you should use. Yeah.
So I would try going with the MSAB recommended, and then it would be relevant factors to consider. Get rid of the that. And so we're telling the commission to consider several factors, including stock dynamics. That's my perspective as a stakeholder, is that those will all be very important.
I think that's good too.
I prefer accepted simply because I think if we're saying recommended, requested, then are we saying, look, we want some evaluation on the, on the other factors and we've done all this work on stock dynamics. I just said if we said the MSAB accepted that the relevant factors considered when deciding on size limits include, and I would instead of saying as well as stock assessments, I'd say stock dynamics because that will be looked at as well as economic impacts, market acceptance. Or make it a continuous comma and stock dynamics. I just think we say as well as stock dynamics. We haven't made a statement before about stock dynamics.
I'm fine with where you're going on that, Chris. And I think that's probably the shortcut to consensus. So If Peggy's willing, I can live with accepted.
Yeah, I can too. Something else occurred to me as I was playing with those three words. Looking down at paragraph 42, talking about the evaluation of size limits, we may not be there yet, but if we use accepted, we prioritize this section, it feels like we should prioritize paragraph 42 also, but I don't want to jump ahead of our conversation.
I like that.
I think that will work.
I think you can go as far as to take what Chris was saying, is that the relevant factors to consider when deciding on size limits include stock dynamics, comma, as well as you know.
So include stock dynamics as well as economic impacts. All this.
Yeah. So stock dynamics are upfront and very important, but there are these additional considerations.
That's better.
Right, and that also gets then to Kurt's point in the chat about making sure we don't lose the
discards
part about discard mortality, because that's there, or stock composition, it's there, and then also, Kurt, there is another paragraph where we talk about the specific gains of discard mortality.
And then, is there a way to link 40 as part of 39 so it goes up top and with the? Then I think we would elevate 42 to recommended as well, so that if they want to, again, as I was trying to say, if the commission wishes to continue the evaluation of size limits, then we agree that considering the impacts on a regulatory area scale and alternate things are important. And that's kind of the whole package.
And we'll just get paragraph 39 rehomed.
So yeah, so I think if we do 39 first, do you want to start maybe 40 with noting paragraph 39? That's one way to link it.
Sure.
Or we can try to combine them.
I think it's fine this way. Okay, so then Dan's subsequent point is what is now paragraph 41, I think. Or 42, sorry.
41 now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're saying, Dan, to recommend, but is this also, could this be combined with the paragraph 51?
I think if the accepted is going up, then I think the recommended next action would go right along with that.
Right, just our paragraph 51 recommends, what we should do with size limits, I think, right? Or not 51.
Yeah, but paragraph 51 doesn't have the area and O26 distributions and all that to it. It really is focused on constraints. Or
I'm wondering if we could combine that with 50, but it's 52.
I feel like 41 is standalone here just because it's only talking about size limits. Whereas I think 52 brings in the multi-years.
So then I would modify 41 to say the MSAB recommended that if commissioners wish further evaluation of size limits.
Or perhaps, if the commission wishes for further evaluation of size limits, the MSAB recommends.
Sure. That's all
either
fine.
way. Yeah.
So at the beginning.
Well, yeah, wordsmithing at that point.
the evaluation include consideration of impacts?
I 39 is not quite done, just to remind you. Should we
Finish off 39, you mean? Yeah.
I'm wondering what this was referring to, if that needs to be linked or not. Is it paragraph 38?
I was actually looking at a detailed evaluation of size limits against the primary objectives, and the paragraphs that talk about the detailed, and then as well as 36, which notes the other statistics, is what I was trying to refer to there.
Okay.
And that was if that whole section was going to go in the top part as part of our recommendation, where we were just summarizing it in general here.
So 35 and 36 are our observations on evaluation.
That's correct.
And that would make sense if paragraph 39 is somehow linked to go up into the top part. Otherwise, we've pretty much said all that in 35 and 36. We're just reiterating it here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then paragraph 39 Bravo, we should also link that to the paragraph that described that. We had the 800,000 pounds listed of reduced discard mortality. And I think it was that section where it also talked about how much of this catch is actually going to be a reduction of 32. There. 30. Oh, it is 36 still. So I think in 39B, we could reference paragraph 36.
What if we just
Sure. Yeah, that makes more sense.
I think you start that with that, and you say, as noted in paras.
could elevate this to agreed if wished.
Well, I think you link it to 40 down below. I mean, my point is that you add that noting paras 35 and 36 to the end of 40, it'll get put up into the upper section. But I'm not, anyways, that's where I get confused with this reporting format, because if it's not included in the body of the report, you can't include it in the top part of the report.
Oh, I see. So
Dan, your suggestion is that all 39 and 40 be one big paragraph?
I think I'm going to let the reporting masters take over from here. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not going to let you go that easy. That's the desire, though, right?
The desire was to give an executive summary in the top part that kind of, in English, leads the commissioners through our decision making, rather than having to dig down onto paragraph 35 on the report to understand it. And I don't know how to do that with this reporting format.
Yeah. So I think thing we're trying to get to is right now, as it stands, paragraph 40 would be in the executive summary, but they're going to have to dig to find paragraph 39.
Yeah, okay. I think we can combine it as long as we're succinct in our language here. So we take, how about we just remove the bulleting, the ABC, and make it all just one paragraph? See what you're saying? You don't want somebody just to read 40 and then not go read 39.
Alan, are there any constraints that we have on using bold-faced font?
It's
it's just verbs.
Okay.
For keywords.
Okay.
This is getting a bit ugly. So I'm going to switch. I'm going to switch right now to the simple view so that we can see it. Sorry, I'm getting there. I have a plan. Anybody has suggestions, please speak out.
Maybe I'll suggest while this part is tidied up, if folks who are maybe less interested or less focused on this paragraph could also refer to the document that was emailed just at the end of lunch titled For Adoption to get a head start on reviewing any other items.
A little bit ugly. Concern, Dave, is they don't want to lose the reason behind this when it's in the executive summary, even though it would be noting those reasons, that it wouldn't be available. So trying to figure out how to combine the reasoning with 39. We've combined it into one paragraph because they would like all of this to be in the executive summary. Better way to combine all. They wouldn't have noted paragraph 35 and 36 this first sentence is more of a summary of those. So it is summarized.
Sorry, which one are we looking at? 39 or 40?
I think we can have, the MSAB, like, we could still start with the MSAB accepted relevant factors to include, and then we can put the justifications afterwards. I think that would make it a little bit easier to read.
That's what I was wondering. I think so as well. It'll just, the commission will read immediately what you're accepting, and then based on A, B, C, D.
Just a question, can the Secretariat provide relevant information on these, or exacting information on these relevant factors that's going to make a difference in the future, or these are just wishful thinking?
Yes, I think we can. I think it's good to point out, and that we can do the work to provide those information on the relevant.
Yeah, Tom, that's what I feel paragraph 35 and 36 are quantifying.
Alan, can we, right after it says noting paras 35 and 36, could we say something like the stock dynamics associated with reducing and removing the current size limit generally indicated to smooth that transition out?
I get it, yeah.
Stock dynamics associated with. I think that cleans it up.
And I guess I could bullet them again if you wanted the 3 items. Kind of cleared up. I mean, separate. Just reading. There's so much editing behind the scenes right now. It got messed up to accident. Sweet.
I'm less concerned right now about the bulleting. I think that's something that hopefully we can even deal with afterwards. If it's just a formatting piece.
Yeah, we'll clean that up afterwards. I think.
Yeah. I think our time's best served at going through, actually getting into the review, because I think with this we've got to that was the final outstanding paragraph, I think.
Yeah, it's a bit messy, but I have it in my head. So this is basically what it will read, and then those 3 items will be bulleted out.
Yeah.
Are we going to start at the top and then come back?
I think, yeah, so first just to confirm that there's nothing else that we're needing to fill in, right? I think that's everything. Now it's the actual review.
And then, so I'm just going to do this so we can see what it looks like. Okay.
All right, let's go to a simplified markup view and go through the final part of our agenda for the report adoption.
Okay, so starting at the top.
Yes, please.
In going through this, what I'm going to try and keep track of is all of the prioritized verbs.
You want a reminder? Is that what you're saying, Peggy?
Yeah, that would be great.
Right here on the screen.
Oh, sorry. No, I've got the definition. I want to make sure that, yeah.
Okay. So we're not going to read through line by line, but we will scroll slowly through the report to allow folks to follow along. I draw your attention primarily to the changes that we've made. Much of this text, like these first couple of paragraphs, are boilerplate stuff that we see every meeting, so shouldn't really have to be any edits there. Okay, so we start with opening the arrangements for the session. We go through our rules of procedure. We called our rules of procedure. Noting, actually, yeah, so paragraph 3 is our current rules of procedure, not the proposed edits. So that's that. Paragraph 4 is recalling the what the MSE is. We adopted the agenda. We go through the process. I think the first point of note here is thanking Carrie for all of her work over the past number of years. Okay. We then had a discussion about membership and rules of procedure. We'll scroll to these couple of paragraphs and pause for a minute.
Adam, this is Heather. I just noticed that on 10C, there's no year on Kurt's appointment.
Good catch. Yeah, and please just feel free to speak up, folks, for those sorts of things as we go through this final page. Also, I see NOAA Fisheries isn't capitalized for Kevin or for Kurt's.
This is a editorial question. We don't use a serial and in a series of semicolons. Is that correct? So that after on C,
after Glenn, yeah,
after Glenn Merrill, we would not use an and.
I'll let the report editor take care of that.
Good.
Okay. So we'll go up for 11 and 12.
Mm-hmm.
I note in paragraph 12, sometimes we talk about rules of procedure, sometimes terms of reference. Is that the formal title, rules of procedure / terms of reference?
Yeah, it's actually both. It's rules of procedure and terms of reference. So we can just swap out that slash to be precise.
And yeah, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
That looks good to me.
Okay, not hearing any comments on paragraph 12. Go through to the next lump, which I guess would be 13 to 16-ish. Any comments, folks, on those pieces? Otherwise, I suggest we go on to 17 to 20-ish.
We're agreeing that we said some reduction could be possible at the commission's discretion. I mean, we did say that when we were in our editorial phase, but I don't remember saying it during the, again, this is kind of an exhaustion thing. I don't want to delay this anymore. Just want to make sure this is responsive to what we said. If Dave feels that really should be in there, I'm good to go with it. I just don't want that to be the decision making.
Are you talking about 14?
Yeah,
Sorry.
is it 14 or 16?
14, the second sentence.
Yeah, I mean, my recollection is that that was part of the original discussion. I guess as well, it softens the response a little bit, primarily because all of it's at the commission's discretion, and
sure,
the subsidiary body sort of indicating that no, this can't happen. Yeah, it's probably not the best way to go, but primarily because it was actually part of the discussion, the initial discussion. I think that's why it's there.
Yeah. So for 14, we're not necessarily agreeing, Peggy. Right? There was a note that a reduction may be possible.
That's
but
good.
We were emphasizing the importance of equity between contracting parties and a broad representation.
Yeah, that's fine. I missed Tuesday afternoon, and it may have been said then, and that's fine. Let's move forward.
What we did agree to was in 16 about that if necessary, we could limit the amount of in-person participation that's paid for by the commission. That was part of our discussion from this morning.
Absolutely.
The challenge, of course, for that is okay, so who decides and how do we decide? But that's for another day.
Ask for volunteers. Yeah.
Maybe we could incentivize it. If you are, if you're in remote, you don't have to do report writing. Vice versa. I don't know.
That would be the currency for sure.
Okay, let's go on to 17 through to 20-ish. These are all pretty standard boilerplate things, so I don't expect folks to have many edits for anything from here through to the evaluation of results. So we can scroll maybe down to 24-ish, I think, is where we get into 23. So 23 now, we're noting the improvements. In particular, we're noting some of the updated parameterization that the SRB had already offered comment on. The first really substantive conversation we had was talking about decision-making variability. That's in paragraph 25, where variability is included to evaluate the effects on ranking MPs. We've had a chance to go through that briefly yesterday as well. 26 is noting the paper. 27 is recalling our objectives. So all just recollection text. And then our next substantive comment was on the target reference point, which is paragraph 28. So I'll pause here. Let us go through 28 through 31.
So on 28, are we on 28?
Yeah, I think, although Alan or Dave, is there something earlier you needed to circle back to?
No, we were just discussing the paragraph 22 that's in the yellow highlight. Make sure I get that right now.
Oh, right. Okay. So yes, 28, Dan.
It might be a cleaner way to say it is to have objective 2.1 is stated as a target, and then say it may benefit from further clarification on interpretation, rather than the interpreted differently stuff.
Well, the only thing it has been interpreted differently, we're interpreting it as a threshold.
Yeah.
That's kind of the point of it, is which is it?
Right, and so we can have a further clarification on how to interpret it at a future meeting. But if you feel that that's communicates, I was just trying to make it more concise.
Well, we could say is stated as a target, but has been interpreted as a threshold and may benefit from further clarification. If we want to get precise.
I like that. The word that maybe should be changed to however or but. Stated as a target that has been interpreted. There's no other interpretation of that.
I think that's the point of clarification. Is there's been different interpretations provided to it. For me, honestly, taking a step back, the bigger question for 28 is it's just noted how and are we going to elevate this to anybody's attention? Whose attention are we trying to draw, and what are we proposing for next steps? I think we need some commissioner direction, given it'd be a revision of the objectives, but we're not looking to open up objectives right now, as noted in 30. So how do we bring this to our attention at a subsequent meeting? Maybe it's just an agenda planning item.
But somehow we do have to elevate it to at least get some direction from clarification from commissioners.
Then
yeah,
accepted.
Could we just say that the MSAB requested that commissioners clarify whether objective 2.1 should be interpreted as a threshold or a target?
That sounds good.
I think that would work. Are folks comfortable with that? I think that could work well.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say, I would take out further. I just requested clarification from commissioners.
So then the commissioners are going to need a half hour.
they're going to ask us to talk about it. Yeah. But at least this brings it to their attention. The commissioners may say, well, they need some information. So then it will come back to us as a tasking.
Then what we're really saying is that we're requesting the commissioners direct the MSAB to clarify whether objective 2.1 should be treated as a target or a threshold. I mean, it really is going to come back to us to have the detailed discussion rather than throw it up to them, I think. But if you want them to say this is what it is without going through the whole education part of it, I guess that's a different concept.
So how would that be better said? The MSAB requested clarification on objective 2.1, comma, which is stated as a target, but has also been interpreted as a threshold. And the word commissioners out of it?
I think the thing is we have to recall that, we went around and around on objectives for a while, and then the commissioners basically came forward and said, these are your objectives. And those are the ones, now granted, we had worked on and everything. So I think we just saying, look, it's stated as this, it's being interpreted as that. We'd like some clarification from direction or direction, clarification or direction, whatever word we want to use from commissioners. Yes, they might throw it back and say, well, look, if you guys are going to review your objectives anyhow, you work it out. But it just needs to be flagged that it's not being treated as a target. We're not saying we have to meet this target. We're treating it as a threshold.
I think for simplicity, if we had a full stop after commission or commissioners, like So sure, I mean, the commissioners could just throw it back to us to ask for some advice. I think that's likely. They could also just make their own decision.
Yeah.
And even if we wanted them to come, if we wanted them to come back to us and not make their own decision, we don't even have that. We don't have that kind of authority. So I think for simplicity, it's easier to say we noted that a state as a target has been interpreted as a threshold, and we request a clarification from the commissioner.
I think that's fine. Commission, just the entity.
And the idea of using commission over commissioners is that it would also seek, some input from subsidiary bodies, from secretariat staff, etc.
I imagine.
Yeah, then commissioners.
I think commission works well there because it's more holistic, and it also covers if the MSAB was to have further input into it. And I think that's the common language from the commission. Imagine if we put commissioners, Dave would likely change it to commission.
Oh, perfect then. Let's leave commission.
Okay, let's scroll down a little further.
So 29 and 30 are finishing up the objective section. Are we done with that? Or?
So we're noting that it needs refinement. So that's one we're going to continue to be juggling. Yeah. I'm wondering if 30 is going to get lost, if there's some way to loop it into the future program of work as well. Or is that something that, Alan, you would foresee yourself bringing up, the Secretariat bringing up?
I don't know if I'm too keen to bring up reevaluating objectives, but
less so about reevaluating objectives, but noting that a new program of work may necessitate new objectives. I don't think we need to necessarily crack this open right now. I think that's wondering out loud if that's a point that's going to be lost.
Yeah, can we set in the parking lot until we get to 52 or 53, whatever that is?
Yeah, I think that's sufficient.
Add a line down there that says evaluate if any new objectives are needed or something like that.
Agreed. Yeah.
Keep it simple.
Okay, so then we get into 31, 32, 33, which are recalling how we got to where we're at in terms of the scope of work that we evaluated. So this is just recalling paragraphs from intersessional sessions, and I think from some work from the SRB. Then we get into 35 is a substantive piece where we are noting our observations from the size limit evaluation. So we'll pause here just for a second. I think this one's pretty well covered. And not seeing anything, I think we can go to 36. Which is a bit more color commentary on size limits, not specifically related to performance metrics, but the primary objectives, but still from informative performance metrics. So this is to, I can't remember whose point this was now, if this was Kurt's or Tom's point about making sure we quantify changes to discard mortality that result from reducing a size limit. Interesting observation about yield actually increasing but declining for O32, and a consequence to distribution of spawning biomass.
There's a missing period after the first sentence in
right.
30, yeah.
Or a colon.
Where is that?
A colon would be
36.
at the end of 43% should probably be a period, since the subsidiary phrases are full.
All full sentences, yeah. Okay, 38's been melded into a giant
Go back to
Frankenstein paragraph.
37 for a
but-
second, please. So, noted that all 5 distribution procedures used in evaluating size limits. I think it would be helpful to clarify that used 032 stock distribution. Or do you think it's implied that they know that this is related to the size limit discussion?
Well, it is more general to all of the evaluations.
Okay.
But if you want it specific to size limits, we can put that in. But it applies to any evaluation. Only
Yeah, it applied to the multi-year assessment as well.
Right, but then the second half is that using all sizes may result in additional differences between size limit MPs. So.
Yeah, I think it's generally stating that the 5 distribution procedures use the 032 stock distribution, and the second half of that sentence is stating that changing that may have an effect on the size limit management procedures.
Kidokes.
Does that work? Oh wait, this is incorrect.
That's a Frankenstein paragraph. Yeah.
Now we're on 38.
Yeah, 38, 39, 40, which is extra.
Was 40 a placeholder for something?
No, I think it's just sort of left over there. Behind
Did
the
Ms. Kurt's comment about decrease in discard mortality as ABCD?
Yeah, there was a D.
Yeah. Thanks, Dan.
So the and would be moved to C. So the and at the end of Bravo.
Yeah, I imagine we didn't have the and in the previous one. I think Dave is going to do some punctuational.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Highlight pairs 35 and 36 in yellow just to make sure if they change, you capture it.
Yep. Dan, you're really picking up on the details of the report, right?
He's done it plenty. Kurt, I see you're unmuted. Do you have something to add?
No, I don't. Sorry, that's my fault.
No need to apologize. Okay, I think we can move on to into the 40s now. We'll pause here. There's a big chunk to read through, and I can't remember. What was the comment on 43?
Oh. There's a little bit 43 might be a little bit vague right now. Just wondering if it needs to be moved down below, and if there's more information after multi-year assessment.
Okay, let's read what's here first, and then see if there's anything else we do need to add.
I'm just curious whether or not 38 and 39 should be moved to the end of the size limit discussion between 43 and 44. Or excuse me, now this would be 41 and 39.
So maybe moving 42 up.
And 43 would go up. Yep.
42 is it still? I think 42 was already covered in.
Here. All that it says is management complexity.
Oh no, I would. Oh,
I think 42 might be well served right before 39, and then it's
sure.
Yes, that's
sure.
what I agree.
I think 42 is written wrong.
So now 39, Scott.
39. So, for example, the removal of size limit may complicate management using trip limits. It's not going to complicate the trip limits. It's going to complicate estimating the catch during derby fisheries.
Yeah.
For
or we can just say removal of size limit will complicate management of derby fisheries.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's got nothing to do with the trip limit fishery.
Management of derby fisheries.
Yeah, and then in parentheses we could say EG2A.
Okay.
Much better. Thank you.
Dan, did you have another paragraph to move up above 40? I can't recall.
Look at 43, and if that's depending on, if that's related to size limits, it could go up before we start the multi-year assessment section.
Yeah, I think that's.
Or alternatively, I think 43 could blanket size limits and multi-year assessments and be moved down near the bottom, up to the MSAB.
Let's go through subsequent paragraphs on the multi-year and then decide if we want to pull it down or bring it up.
Okay, it has a comment associated with it, so let's just check.
Okay, so let's go through 44 to 47-ish.
So
Whatever will fit there.
Multi-year.
So now, yeah, we're all multi-year. So we'll pause here for a minute. Okay, any comments on 44 to 48? I don't see anything that jumps out to me.
The one comment is I didn't see captured is that some of the variability between the different MPs was not well explained. We couldn't really find an understanding of why the biennial was so much higher variability than the annual and the triennial, and that further investigation on the the causes of the variability might be worth pursuing. I don't know. I mean, that's kind of what my recollection of some of the discussion was.
Yeah, and that kind of I think that led into the conversation of 27 or 47 as well. Right, it's because we couldn't really understand it. I then asked, well, what's more valuable to folks? That's a good flag, Dan.
Yeah, I guess in thinking on this one, just kind of hearkening back to some of the discussion on the size limits, and you know what I guess are we looking for Alan to do more to make decisions or make recommendations or anything like that on multi-year assessments?
Would that be the constraints conversation in paragraph 48? Or is it something more specific to multi-year assessments?
No, it could be. I guess I'm asking, what are we looking for more to help us make a recommendation to move the assessment to a biennial or triennial schedule?
I mean, I think if you want to, you could construct another paragraph similar to the concluding one we did under size distribution that talks about what was the verb we used to get it in the front? Accepted or something like that?
Yeah.
I think 50, what is now 50 and 51 down here was a potential way to sort of conclude size limits with costs and benefits, which is something the commission is really looking for. So
yeah, how about we review those, and maybe you need to move them up a little bit higher, but how about we review those cost benefit paragraphs? Because I think that is an important tie to the tasking from the commissioners.
I think what happened is 48 might want to be moved closer to where that constraints paragraph is. Is that below? Sorry, I'm moving around a lot here. Yeah, I think 48 might come right before 53, because that is recalling from MSAB017 a little bit of detail about why constraints were felt.
Okay.
So, do you mind if I move that right now?
Yeah, let's try moving that, then see how it flows.
And then the multi-year will all be sort of more consistent. Okay, so now this might make more sense up here. So 45 is observations, 46 another observation, 7's a note. 48 now is recalling a yeah, I'll have to ask Dave exactly how to do that, but it's basically just looking at the request from the Secretariat to examine triennial, and the reason there are these 4 different reasons that they feel that might be useful, and then that goes right into the costs and benefits. So that's sort of the flow. So I'll go back up to 45 and take direction.
Sorry, Alan, what was 44 again? Is that the end? 44 was where we might want to move it further down?
No, 44 is a description.
Oh, yeah, just the description, right. Okay.
And this is the start of it.
Yep.
Yep. So this is 44 is the start. 43 is what we might want to move down, related to differences when you change SPR.
Okay, so we note what the procedures are in 44, 45 notes the performance. 46.
And I added this under 45B.
Right. Further investigation of the variability of the source of variability or the cause.
Yeah, I can't think of the right word. Further investigation of range of variability. Would that make sense?
But I think that it's not just what kind of variability is it, but what's actually driving this variability. I think that was the point, Dan, right?
Sorry, too many screens. Yes, that was the point.
Yeah, so drivers of variability, I think that's good. Okay, 46 is we note the other types of multi-year assessments. 47 is the type of variability that we'd prefer. If we had our way, smaller annual changes over large interannual variability. Then we note some of the, I guess, drivers or origins for these multi-year assessments, and that leads us into the cost-benefit pieces. So maybe we could. Oh yes, recall. Yeah.
Page 48 to recall, but it's.
I think that's right. Okay, so let's look at 48 to 50, where we can get.
Yeah.
For 49A, detailed harvest advice, the harvest advice is still the same level of detail, but it's the broader stock assessment that's not available, correct? Like we're still going to give all the details of the cat sharing plan. We're not going to hold back one sector's allocation.
Results and advice.
Mm-hmm.
So going on with what Pete was just saying, should we consider changing the verb in 50 to one of the level 1 verbs that accepted? So it goes up
For
to the top of the
49?
report. Yeah, or 50, but both, and then it would set up a recommendation paragraph for what our conclusion is on multi-year assessments. I mean, do you want to actually make a recommendation, or are we just doing third and second order comments?
Okay, sorry.
Making a recommendation. I don't recall us making a recommendation.
Yeah, I agree that we didn't actually recommend, although I think Dan was asking about accepted with the intent of elevating some comment on multi-year assessments.
It's setting up what we feel are next steps. I mean, I think the same question is there. Are we ready to recommend that they move ahead with multi-year assessments? Are we recommending they don't unless there's further evaluation? Or are we just noting the excellent job staff did in presenting the results?
Yeah. I also agree it's going to feel a bit asymmetric if we have like an accepted for size limits and no comment on multi-year assessments. I think we should scroll through the other paragraphs so to see if it's 50 that would be elevated or what.
Yeah, I think 50 is the end of the multi-year sort of section. And so I see as multiple ways, elevating both costs and benefits. I think the commission would be very happy to hear what the MSAB thinks from costs and benefits, and that would really help with their decision-making process. That seems what they've been asking for the past couple of annual meetings. What are the costs and benefits of these? And if the MSAB has an opinion on that, that'd be great. I'm not sure any further recommendations needed unless the MSAB would like to make any specific to multi-year assessments.
In my mind, in my opinion, I think they show potential, but I think until we really understand a little bit more about what's causing the biennial variability, it's hard to make a choice between those two. And then I think I would want to see the idea of a constraint incorporated into it. We may not need it in the first year. It could certainly be adopted as a trailing analysis, but I think before we close the book on multi-year assessment, we would want to know more about what's causing the biennial variability and what effect some type of an averaging would have on the stability of it.
Yeah, and I think that's captured in 53. 53 blankets pretty much all management procedures.
Yeah.
Right. So I think if you elevate, was it 49 and 50, and then 53 is the next elevated paragraph, we've kind of done it. The only thing that would be missing is highlighting a little bit more investigation of the cause of the variability.
Yeah.
Sorry, Forrest had his hand up. I just want to make sure I don't miss his point.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm not sure if I have a comment or not, but the two things I remember as a potential risk of triennial, if we're going to elevate this, especially of the triennial assessment, is one, and we sort of mention it in 48 or 47 or something like that, where we feel like the smaller jumps in TCEY are preferable to one big jump at the end. But I think that my fears have been taken care of in the sense that survey distribution pretty much usually tracks the assessment. But I wasn't super clear on that through this, so I don't know if I'm ready to jump into recommendations or anything. But the other thing is, like, we can't get a retroactive fishing intensity. We don't know for 3 years what level we've actually been fishing intensity until we do a full assessment, which could be the equivalent of, not tracking survey distribution to reapportion or redistribute TCUI. So I don't know. I'm still unclear on that. But if we are elevating these, especially, a cost could be that there could be a big change at every 3 years, or maybe I just don't understand it, and there really actually wouldn't be. So, but if that is a potential outcome of triennial assessment, then I think it should be under 49, especially if it gets elevated. Thank you.
Okay, Forrest, we'll get this point out and see if it captures it for you. While that's happening, Peggy, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I was thinking about Forrest's earlier comment that I need to better track what is wanted from us when the meeting starts. And one of the big questions that's been hitting me this morning and this afternoon is on the multi-year assessments. Did we, and this simple question, Alan, did we, when you did your simulations, did you go out and could you see, like we saw in the size limit reduction or elimination, that the stock assessment changed for small fish versus large fish after 30 years? It was something we talked a lot about. And as Dan was just saying about the biennial anomaly here in multi-year assessments, I was wondering if there is a similar difference as far as our constraints are concerned 40 years, 50 years out, if we continue doing these. And what that all reminded me of was nowhere in this conversation have we talked about sunsetting any of these changes if we were to do that. Maybe that's not something that MSE does, but personally, I think if we were to try, just my personal opinion, if we were to recommend to the commissioners that there's some sort of a size limit change from 032, I would hope they would just think about a sunsetting of it, just trying it and seeing, because so much is changing that we have no control over. I just really wouldn't want to go forever and then wake up one day and have no fish around.
Yeah, I think that's a general part of the MSE process. Something that the SRB has stated many times is that the MSE isn't a set it and forget it type of process, but there is typically a 5-year iterative process where the MSE is completely evaluated again. The SRB has also mentioned exceptional circumstances, and we have not defined those yet, but that would be monitoring the stock or the fishery in some way such that if something is triggered, that it evokes another MSE, something that is out of the ordinary, such as the survey index drops by some amount, or a huge flux of small fish appear in the fishery, or something that was unexpected. So I think that's sort of understood that there wouldn't that these management procedures would be tested in the future and or evaluated in the future to just make sure they're still meeting the objectives and are what the commission expected.
That's hugely helpful. Thanks so much.
Okay, so where are we at with these last couple of paragraphs? We've got the new proposed language around a recommendation. I think there's still the outstanding question about whether we agreed or accepted with the intention of elevating multi-year assessments. I think the proposal on the table was, do we elevate the costs and benefits, paragraph 49 and 50, with an accepted verb? I think that's the proposal. The question was, so we didn't actually make a recommendation, but perhaps if we can at least elevate it with accepted, it'll demonstrate to the commissioners what our observations are. Sorry,
Ellen,
Peggy, I spoke over you. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I interrupted you. Ellen, did you recommend, or were you thinking just elevate it in any way?
For 49 and 50?
Right.
I think accepted should be fine if you want it to show up in the executive summary.
Yeah, I definitely do.
That has the benefit of being consistent too with the size limit piece.
And I think if you're going to accept or change 49 and 50 should have the same verb. I thought separating might be a little bit cleaner.
It looks good to me.
Are we moving to accepted then?
So we're just putting on the table now. I mean, that's what we are talking about now. I can't remember which one's which now. I'm too confused. I think Chris, you had raised a comment about we didn't actually recommend. Is accepted still a reasonable way forward? Or, I see Forrest, you're unmuted as well. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
No, I'm still thinking. Go ahead, Forrest.
Yeah, I just need someone to give me a straight answer here. So on 49, there is no elevated risk for multi-year assessments, especially triennial, that will be facing bigger adjustment at the end of that period than we would if we were doing annual assessments or biennial versus triennial. That was my original statement a few minutes ago, and it doesn't look like it's going to make it in here. Maybe that's because everybody but me understands that isn't the risk.
I think you cut out right when the key word. I didn't catch. Sorry about that, Forrest.
Okay, I said maybe everybody but me understands that there are no heightened risks of bigger adjustments at the end of a multi-year assessment, especially triennial. And maybe I just am missing that because the FIS covers that and it's going to track and we're going to make adjustments. But is that why there's not a potential cost associated with the multi-year assessment? Or maybe that isn't a cost, it's a risk and not a cost. So I don't know.
Right. I think we didn't look at the specifics of what happens in an assessment year on the change in the TCY, and that's why I put in here at the end of 51 that further evaluation of changes in the TCY specific to assessment years and non-assessment years would be worthy of reevaluation. I agree with you, Forrest, but we didn't specifically look at that, so I don't know that we can, or I would want to specifically say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's precisely it for us. Like we don't know. It's a hypothesis, but we don't know, which is why it's not in 49 as a cost, and it's highlighted in 51 as a potential or recommendation.
Okay, thanks for letting me take the time to get that off my chest. Appreciate it.
No, it's a really good flag. Are you comfortable with how it's drafted now?
I think so. We're elevating 49 and 50, and then maybe the note is
51 would be elevated as well because it has recommended.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it does. I see that now. Yes, thank you.
Okay, then I'll go back to you, Chris, to see if you had anything else to add. Or may not, 'cause I put you on the spot.
Well, I think for 49 and 50, I think that if we, I mean, basically those points were made during the meeting. I do note that 49, it doesn't include, there were 3 that were listed on slide 55. I mean, basically all this is it not just copying the text from slide 55, paragraphs 49 and 50?
Right, and there was a reason that I didn't include that point. What was the point? I don't have it up.
It's potentially a loss in yield.
Right, and we didn't find that. We didn't find that with the option B. So that might be useful. Yeah, so that's why it states with an empirical method using FIS observations and years without an assessment to adjust the TCY. With that method, and as Forrest noted, it tracks the assessment pretty well. We didn't notice a loss in yield, and I think that was on some of the tables on slide 39, and as well as slide 44. So I felt that we just couldn't put that in there. If we were considering constant TCY in those non-assessment years, yes, it would be a loss in yield. I thought that was mentioned up above. Yes, that is 46. Options A and C may result in loss.
Okay, so let's go down to 51.
All right, what the heck is happening? Sorry about that.
Did we actually make that recommendation?
No, that's why it's in pink. I just threw it in there after discussion of mainly what Dan was saying, in that should we have a concluding paragraph that talks about what further evaluation would be necessary for multi-year assessments, and grab that. Really the concern here, as was added in one of these, added in 45B right here, was that there's still a concern of what the driver and the variability for the biennial frequency is, where the AAV actually increases, but there's indications that annual change decreases. So that's where, yeah, that's why it's in purple. It's not something that was, this is the first time we're really seeing that paragraph. Pink, whatever, fuchsia.
So I think for 4950, we could put those as accepted. We'll get back to 51 in a second. What's the how did we treat the recommendation for trip or for size limits again? Paragraph 43-ish.
Accepted that there are relevant factors,
And then we recommended an evaluation.
Recommended a next step, basically, in 42.
It would be very similar. Be a very similar process down below, except now you really
I was
identify.
wondering if we should take this same language. So if the commission wishes for further evaluation of multi-biennial assessments.
Should I just say multi-year assessments, or do you want to make it specific to biennial?
I think we had multi-year assessments, and in particular, the biennial frequency.
Actually, I was going to make a comment on that, where you have particular reference to the biennial.
Really
We really don't know why the triennial is so low either. We don't know what drove that one down so much. And so, in my mind, a further investigation of the causes of the variability in both the biennial and the triennial would be really helpful, so we understand what those drivers are.
In that case, should I remove in particular the biennial frequency and just leave it general?
Okay, so it would say evaluation of multi-year assessments. We could recommend further evaluation of multi-year assessments to understand the drivers of interannual variability. Okay, I think that reads well. I think we can actually get rid of the noting paragraph 45 Bravo. But then the question is, okay, so how do we actually treat this recommendation? Well, we were a little clear on the size limits. We were less so on this.
I think it's pretty clear what needs to be investigated, to be honest. I mean, if I
Yeah,
read
and
that,
I think this is more as a matter of like process. And this is, again, something for myself and for Pete as chair is to be clear on, okay, is this a recommendation at the meeting? I don't think this is a particular issue. I'm a bit uncomfortable putting in recommended when we didn't specifically say that. But that's my fault. That said, I think the text is reasonable.
so you're saying a different verb here?
No, I'm saying I screwed up and should have been clear about putting a recommendation out there when we had the conversation. So I look to folks here about what is their comfort in having the text as we see it now in 51. Given we didn't specifically say this about recommended.
I want it elevated, so I'm happy with the word accepted.
In 49 and 50, and then what 51, would you like to change that to accepted? Recommended is pretty much the formal elevation.
Right, but as Chris pointed out, no one can recall actually recommending it. So
I think that's the key is we're still in meeting and we're still having these discussions.
Yeah, we're still in the meeting and still having these discussions, but it, as Adam pointed out, it's a process issue. For example, if the agenda item concluded yesterday and somebody couldn't make it today, all of a sudden they've got a big surprise, right? If we concluded the discussion, I'm uncomfortable with this and the other one we say recommendation, but in fact I'm willing to live with this wording simply because the point you made earlier, Alan, I think, or maybe you didn't make it, I think you were trying to impress it upon us, is we need to be relevant. And I just think in future meetings, we all of us have to do a better job of understanding what's expected of us and what we want the outcome to be. And I'm saying MSAB members, because I think I missed the boat on that and a few others, so that we're not caught in this situation again. And I think we also have to, while we're still in session, I think we do have to be mindful of the fact that, if the agenda item closed and someone has, couldn't make it to day 3 or whatever, we don't want to surprise our fellow MSAB members. But I can live with accepted in 4950, and I can live with the wording in 51.
Yeah, thanks for that, Chris. On Tuesday, I mentioned a short or a draft schedule, noting that I would like to spend 30 minutes on the rules of procedure this morning so that we could continue the discussions of all of the management procedures that we evaluate or that we saw on Wednesday after people had time to digest it Wednesday night. So I apologize. I thought there was an expectation that there would be further discussion on all of the evaluation this morning, which there wasn't. There was 3 hours of discussion on rules of procedure instead.
Well, you might be right. I might have missed it. I just think we just need to be cognizant of this in the future.
Yeah, I agree, and maybe I can do a better job by putting a more detailed schedule together in the future.
Yeah, and I also
think
think though we as members have to do a better job of understanding coming in the meeting and asking what's expected of us. What decision are we looking to make here?
Yeah, so I think a couple of lessons learned here. One is, and this is a function of not having had an MSAB for a while, we did not have a detailed agenda because we didn't have chairs before the meeting. And I think that that really hamstrung the process, not having a chance to go through a detailed agenda with timing and expected outcomes as we've done in the past. So lesson learned for next time for sure. Second item is a matter of process. That's on myself for not being clear, especially in the absence of that agenda, about when we're concluding items, what those recommendations are. Again, lesson learned for that. That said, hands have been, cards are dealt. What we have in front of us is a proposed set of language for 49, 50, 51. I've heard from a few folks that they can live with the use of accepted and recommended, in spite of the maybe deviation from process. One last call for anybody to see if they can't live with the language as is currently described.
I have a very minor edit, very minor.
Okay, before we get into that, let's see if there's anybody who's concerned with the verbs. Going once, twice, 3 times. Okay, that's that. Peggy, you had some minor edits.
Bravo. Just one. On 50 echo, I saw Alan was trying to find a better phrase than with other between collaboration and IPHC. And I think the word among might work. It's what you use instead of between when you're talking about more than 2 things.
Yeah, the reason I was flip-flopping back and forth, Peggy, was maybe because, you know, I do that. What do you think, Ian, among? I was thinking of it more from the quantitative science branch would have the ability, but I think multi-year assessment might actually free up time for more people. So yeah, among works well. Thanks, Peggy.
Sure.
Thank you, Peggy. Okay, let's go on to the last couple of paragraphs.
51.
A reminder to, yeah, 51's accepted. A reminder to hit save there, Alan, before we lose everything.
Okay, I think we're nearly there.
Yeah, I think so. So 52 is where we noted the elements that reduce variability that we investigated in the past were not included in these MPs. We noted that these constraints in the past have also been beneficial to reduce the variability. And thank you for pulling up our previous observations from MSAB017.
And this recall from MSAB013 was really the best that I could find where this was.
Yeah, I looked a little bit this afternoon too, and that was the only one I could find as well. I think we'd actually referenced that through subsequent annual meetings as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so given our observations on constraints, our current and past observations, we put forward a recommendation that future evaluations on size limits and multi-year assessments and other MPs include these items to reduce interannual variability. And 55 is that we agree to evaluate the outcomes of the annual meeting against our primary objectives. I don't think there is a alpha needed in 55, and I think 56 can be struck. But we'll pause here on these 54, 55 paragraphs and 57, see if there's any comments.
I like 54 as written, but just my interpretation of and other management procedures, including elements that reduce interannual variability in the TCY, that applies to both the coast-wide or the regulatory area scale, if applicable. And a lot will depend on what comes out of the next commission meeting, but
All right. Let people mull that over. Anne-Marie, I see your hand is up.
It's just that noticing that there's a lot of paragraphs and statements around reduction of interannual variability. But then there's the recommendation, I think it was 51, that was talking about investigating the interannual variability, even though the previous paragraph had said that one of the benefits was that it had reduced interannual variability. So I don't know whether that will be confusing or whether it's fine. I just thought that it might sort of scan a little oddly, that it was reduced, but we want to look at it more and find out why it was reduced.
But I think what to look at was the drivers. We see it's reduced, but we don't necessarily know why.
Okay.
But it was still higher most times than what the tolerance of the 15%, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah. The triennial was lower, but the biennial was higher, yes. Would it help if we just did that?
It might. If Anne Marie was confused, yeah, I'd say we should clarify that. However you can.
Adding potential is all right.
Back down?
Yes, back down to 55, please. Okay, the last comment I have is in the blue text for 55. We talked about evaluating outcomes in the 99th annual meeting. Is that specific enough? What if there's a decision before or after? It doesn't actually happen at the annual meeting.
It could.
I don't know if it's worth upsetting the apple cart over, but
No. I'm happy to edit this. I think that's why I even outlined it. Evaluating future outcomes.
You could say distribution outcomes. I mean, because the outcomes of the 99th meeting will include regulatory changes and, you know, bag limit changes and all that. So it wouldn't hurt to be specific.
But didn't we say earlier that we didn't think we would be evaluating the future distribution outcomes because the commissioners agreed on something? We're not going to turn around and say, no, you can't do it. Like I thought we kind of went around that circle on distribution. That's why we left it kind of general.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that it'll just be baked in. If they reach an agreement, it's going to be baked into the next run of the MSE model as the distribution scenario to look at for moving forward. But
right,
but
then it's. I don't think we wouldn't be evaluating. I think future outcomes. I think what we were trying to get here is just future outcomes, and I think the question was, what if they're from something other than the annual meeting? Is that?
I was thinking that it's future outcomes. It could be from something other than the annual meeting. Future distribution outcomes, and it's true. Always, we wouldn't be necessarily changing it, but maybe that has consequences to what the advice was on size limits, right? Or any other components that are kind of within the realm that are not allocation related.
Is this okay then? Does this capture that? Just that they're included in the next program of work development of it?
I don't think you have to specify outcomes of what.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think you want to limit to just distribution of the TCUI either.
Yeah.
Any decision the commission makes would be a logical starting place for the next round of MSE work.
Perfect.
Agreed that future
help me out here.
Kind of now, has it gotten so general that it's not needed? I mean,
yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Incorporate commissioner decisions in the next round.
It's just we are going to receive it essentially like a new baseline. We want to make sure that that's being evaluated against however else we move forward with triennial size limits or anything else.
I could say future decisions related to the scale and distribution of the TCY.
We say like future harvest policy. That's a bit more specific than that, but. I don't know. This is getting all. This is
getting
quite
very,
vague. Now I'm wondering if it's even useful.
It's getting away from what we were talking about. I mean, initially we were talking about we would be looking at whatever outcomes came out of the annual meeting, and I think the point that started this was saying, well, look, it could be something that came out of the interim meeting, the annual meeting, or a special session, or it may not just be the annual meeting. I think that's what started this recent discussion here. So
we should use future rather than describing a specific meeting. And I don't think we want any decision that comes out of the commissioners, because that would include bag limits. And I don't think we want to spend our time on that. So we should relate it to something. And I'm fine with harvest policy, and I'm also fine with management procedures. Just my 2 cents.
What about something like the MSAB noted that the commission may define new distribution procedures at future meetings, and those will be evaluated as part of the next program of work?
would they be evaluated or incorporated? I think if we're saying,
well, I evaluated. You're right. Implies it's good or bad. That's not the case. It's just they have to be part of our future simulations.
Dave just made a mention in the chat that may be useful.
Okay. Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. Agreed.
I mean, we said something similar to this, or the commission's going to decide whatever. It's isn't really that relevant.
And they're not going to ignore their own decision when developing an MSC program.
Exactly.
Okay, so I think that means we just strike the paragraph 55. It's more an internal note for ourselves that, Alan, maybe part of your work plan is already spoken for, and that you may need to parameterize a new distribution procedure that you don't yet know about. I mean, that's really what it was trying to get to, was make sure you've got enough time protected to deal with creating a new baseline.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that is it.
Sorry, one last thing. I'm really sorry to do this. This paragraph 43, do we want to move that down into a more general statement about size limits and multi-year?
Yes, I think that's helpful to bring it after multi-year and size limits as an overarching comment. Also, paragraph 41 can still be deleted.
Move this down about right here, make it 50.
Yeah. Okay.
Should we would you prefer to say for size limits and multi-year assessments? Be a little bit more specific. or not? Just results in general. That's fine.
It's potato. It's fine to leave it there. You've typed it in, so.
Okay, how does that sound? I just cleaned up so I understand it a little bit better. I want to make sure you all understand.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I just want to check for one last comment. Oh yeah, and this is a comment to work with Dave exactly how the phrase 46.
Yeah, I think that's called, yeah.
Okay, I think that's it. If people are okay with 50.
See no hands for 50, so recommend we proceed with that.
Okay. So maybe just a quick look at the list here.
Yeah, if folks could just confirm you got your right email address, names are spelled correctly.
Yeah, this is usually what I get emails from when I'm setting up a new mailing list for the MSAB. So put in an incorrect one if you don't want to receive emails from me.
Forrest looks all right. I know Forrest had to leave, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I always like to make sure his name's spelled. Looks good, correct. Good. Does anybody know?
Hey, Alan.
Brett? Yeah,
That's Jim Johnson. I'm sorry, I don't see my name on here.
James Johnson. Sorry.
Oh, there we are. Well, you have. Oh, I see what's wrong. You have another Jim Johnson there.
Ah, that's right.
Where's that?
I wonder if that's why I haven't been receiving many communications from you folks. You got the wrong email. That's what he's saying.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right name, wrong email.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell that over the recording here? We are recording, Jim, or
That's fine. It's JJ dot deep C Fishermen's, no apostrophe, union at gmail.com.
okay. On
Thank
you
you.
just messed up all the formatting. We'll fix that. All right. Thanks, Jim. That's why we do this.
Great.
Yeah, have you been receiving emails from me the last couple days?
I haven't. In fact, I was like, Per reminded me about this meeting. I was like, last email I got from you was in July.
Oh,
and
geez.
so, yeah, so I'm
no.
yeah, I had other plans which I modified, of course, to be here. But yeah, so thanks for changing that.
Okay, how about this? I'll send a thank you to all the MSAB members after this meeting, maybe tomorrow. If you don't receive an email from me by next week, check in with me and we can make sure I have your correct one.
Good plan. Okay,
And just-
and I see Kurt's name is spelled incorrectly.
Oh, yes, the email address. Thanks, Adam.
Brad, great.
Brianna Bowman King is also listed under observers as APU, and she's ADF and G.
Oh, Brianna.
Yep.
Does anybody know Brad's status? I haven't heard from him in about a year, I guess.
Brad.
Brad Moreau, I do not, sorry.
Okay. If anybody hears from him or has contact with him, if you could just ask him his interest in the MSAB, that would be great.
I will.
Yeah, his term would expire at the conclusion of this calendar year, correct? From the intersessional decision?
I do not remember. It might be 2023, but I know he's
Okay.
been on for a while.
Okay, we'll leave the Secretariat to confirm attendees there.
Everything else is just now updating with the current term expirations and attendance here, and updating the new membership. So I think everything's good there. Noting some memberships expire in May of 2023. So something to consider at the annual meeting.
Right. So actually, that is maybe just more a logistical piece. Is that's the conclusion of this meeting, so we're not having anything in our report. I presume the Secretariat would be bringing these term expiries to the attention of the commissioners to make a decision.
I'm sure that's going to happen this year because many terms will have expired by the annual meeting, and the commission's also interested in membership, as we discussed earlier in this meeting.
Right.
So it'll certainly come up this year.
Yeah. And I see Dave's comment in the chat. Great. Yeah, because I mean, I think the bigger takeaway is if we did have a spring meeting, everybody's going to be expired before that meeting anyways. So.
Yes. Most.
Excellent.
Okay, I think that's it.
Okay.
With consensus, we'll call this report adopted on the 20th of October.
Bravo, everyone.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, let's maybe some final comments. First of all, it's really nice to see folks again, even virtually. I do look forward to being able to see everybody in person, either at the annual meeting or a subsequent MSAB meeting. In particular, thank you, as always, Alan and Ian and others at the Secretariat who've been working behind the scenes to prepare for this meeting. I know it is an incredible amount of work, not just actually doing the MSE work, but just the logistics of having the process pulled together. I really do appreciate it. And I think I can speak for everybody on the board. We extend our appreciation. I also like to extend my appreciation to the folks here for bearing with me on a bit of a rusty return to co-chairing the process. I will do better for the next meeting, particularly in terms of these recommendations. Look forward to the next opportunity whenever we meet, if that's the spring or at another meeting in the autumn. Those are my concluding comments. Pete, anything that you'd like to put on the table?
Oh, geez, I can't say it any better than you did, Adam. But yeah, I look forward to working with you all more in the future and gaining a little more experience and being able to contribute more. But yeah, this is a great meeting, great first experience.
Wonderful. Welcome aboard too, Pete. I don't think we actually really formally welcomed all the new folks, so nice to have folks here. And then last word to yourself, Alan.
Yeah, thanks, Adam and Pete. Thanks to both of you for really stepping up and jumping into the co-chair on this meeting. I know we didn't have much prep before the meeting. We normally do. The co-chairs and I would usually meet, go through the agenda and schedule. So, really great job running this meeting, especially since we haven't run an MSAB in a couple of years. It's, a bit of a learning process again.
Mm-hmm.
And thanks to all of the MSAB members, especially. This is really the reason I do this work, is to interact with stakeholders, to hear your opinions, hear what is affecting you, and how we can improve your business, your livelihood, your comfort in your environment. So thanks to everybody. Really, really appreciate it. Doors open. to my office. I know Ian's door is always open too, because I go in there a lot. Yeah, and I will send an email to everybody with another thank you, and as a check that I have the correct email address that's going forward in time. So if you don't hear from me by next week, please reach out and let me know that you did not receive that email. So thank you very much, and thanks for your endurance through this meeting. I appreciate it.
Perfect. Sounds great. Okay. With that, then, I think we can conclude MSAB017. We will talk to folks at the IM and at the annual meeting, hopefully, and wish you well for the rest of the week.
Sounds good. Thanks, Adam.
Thanks,
Take
Adam.
care, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Good night.
See ya.